feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts feeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could take.
Hello, everyone. My beauties, how's everyone doing? Happy Monday or Tuesday, technically. Sorry, I'm late. Mom duties. Y'all know, some of y'all know how that is. Mom duties always come first. So I apologize for that. But I hope you guys are having an amazing day. If you don't know me, my name is Teaya Symone. And on this channel, we do commentary and makeup sometimes. So, welcome everybody. I hope everyone's having not only a great day, but a positive day. I'm not going to make this day less. Well, I think everybody's going to be happy because it's just another live stream of me calling out Katie Joy. The reason why I wanted to specifically do this live stream is just because of something that I seen on Facebook, and I feel it needs to be addressed. So I feel like everything she says needs to be addressed because she's a liar. Okay. Let's say hi to everyone. I'm going up to the top. Hey, Nikki38, how are you? Hey, Midnight Fire. Hey, Fatties Fam. Hey, Pink Phoenix. Carols, how are you? Shelly. Is it Get Up with Gigi? How are you? Is it Anea? I might have said that wrong, and I apologize if I did. Hey, Llama Girl, it's good to see you. Hey, Goose, how are you? Hey, Princess Chicken. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Rachel. Robin. The Best Mama Bear. X Sparkle. Let's see here. Hey, The Scoop. Hey, Felon Better with Trish. Kelly. Some of you I might be saying hi to twice. Hey, Hurst Hill. Is it Glamma D? How are you? Hey, Kit Kat. Mama Down. Christy. Shannon. Stranger. Did I say hi to you, Lisa? Sorry if I already did. Hey, Alyssa. Green Thumbnail. Kimberly. Karma. It's good to see y'all in here. Hey, Nettie. Hey, Heather's Haven. Hey, Selena. Anything for Salinas? Hey, Heather is it Kruger? Hey, Queen Mick. Sally, how are you, sweetheart? Christina. True Crime Connection. Wow, I did not expect to see all of you guys in here. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I'm going to butcher this. Mama Shuka? I know I'm saying that wrong. Hey, Jen Stevens. Hey, Dependable Scammy. Honey Badger DGF. Shelly T. Felony Melanie. I like that. Felony Melanie. Let me grab my popcorn. Yep, grab your popcorn, girl. Melijo? I'm not going to say that right. I know. I'm not going to. Stacy, how are you? Christina. Nina. Felon Billy. Billy. I think that's it. But if I missed you, I apologize. I love you all. Thank you for being here. Did I say Felony Melanie 420? I forgot to put the 420. Hey, Diana Mendez. Okay. I have to say hi to everybody because I'm very happy that you guys are all here. Hey, Carol. Aaron, how are you? All right. Hey, Nanny 2.0. Oh, I went up too far. Hey, Mama Bear. Hey, Cindy. All right. So I was looking at some things yesterday and doing research. I actually did a pre-recorded live, but I didn't like it. So I did a pre-recorded live talking about this because you know how you just get so frustrated and you just want to get it out. I probably should have just went live, but it was 3:00 in the morning. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to do a pre-recorded live. And I just didn't do it right. I'm not really good with pre-recorded lives because it's really weird. It's different. It's not that different though, but it's kind of different. But anyway, I was looking through Facebook, doing research like I always do, and I came across one of Katie's posts on Facebook. Hey, Magician's Manor. Hey, Chris. Hey, Georgia girl. And when I came across this post, I'm sure other creators have went over this. I'm going to because I want to do something a little bit different. But it just pissed me off. And I know that the things that Katie Joy says, she says these things on purpose, just to purposely piss you off. Hey, welcome to the Glam Fam, Leah. Thank you for becoming a member, beautiful. So she's just annoying. Constantly perpetuating this narrative. But like I said, I want to do something a little bit different. So I'm going to pull it up. Welcome, 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 Leah. Okay. Hold on one second. You guys are going to hear silence for a minute while I pull it up. Okay, before I pull that up, I totally forgot. I get so excited that I just forget shit. Okay. So there's something, and you just helped me bring that up. I'm not going to do too much addressing with this because I feel like that's what people want. But I do want to address this really quick. And who was it that said Stacy? Yes, that's awesome. So, but thank you for reminding me, Stacy. So, probably about a month ago when this case first started, I started covering the Dre McCray Justice for Vaughn story probably a couple days after Molly, excuse me, and Justin. And there was one time when I was on Molly's panel, and there was something that happened that made me a little bit upset. And at that time, I just totally forgot about it. You know what I mean? Like I looked at it like, okay, I see where she's coming from. This is where I'm at. And that was it. I didn't make a big deal about it because I don't think that it was worth making a big deal out of. And I still had like a mutual respect for Molly. And I just took it for what it was. But then it still made me look at Molly differently. Okay. And there are a lot of people. I don't want to say a lot of people. I don't think there's a lot of people because when you look at Without a Crystal Ball, she has a lot of people that don't like her. But there are people that, you know, have channels about Molly, things like that. And I have spoken to those people, and I'm not saying that some of those people are not nice, but regardless, I want to make something clear. When something happens with me and you treat me a certain way, I just say, all I say is duly noted, and I move on. Okay. I don't focus on the negative, and it's not worth it to focus on the negative. I just look at it like, okay, I got your number, and that's it. But I'm pretty sure it was Renell's panel. It was me, EKC, and then obviously Renell. I was on Renell's panel. I love Renell, by the way. And EKC, and then I came up, and then Molly came up. And literally, you guys, we had the best time on that panel. And Molly was just hilarious. She had me rolling, like literally rolling. Even though I'm not like obsessed with Tom Cruise like she is, I know a lot about actors. So we were just talking about that. We were talking about everything, and the woman just had me laughing my ass off. So I believe in second chances. Now, it's not even about from Molly's place, because even when what happened happened on her panel, I never said anything to her because I didn't think it was worth saying anything to her about it. So that was just my impression of her. However, sometimes you can't always go by first impressions. Then I got to know her, and I still don't know Molly that well, but on that panel made me look at her differently. And I'm like, wow, this chick literally has me laughing my ass off. Like, I just don't think that she is what other people say she is. Now, let me tell you, I don't agree with everything Molly does, just like I'm sure Molly doesn't agree with things that I do, nor from the past or even now. But I don't think that she is this horrible person the way some other people do. And it doesn't have to be made out of a big thing just because I don't know, feel the same, just because I don't feel the same way that you do. I feel like there's not a lot of channels, but a few channels out there that are trying to start trouble because my first impression of Molly, I feel, was wrong. It was wrong. That my first impression of her. Now, does that mean I like what she did? No. But it doesn't mean that she is that way. Some people, when you meet them the first time, they could be going through something. It's okay to give people second chances for yourself, even if they don't know anything about that. You can't always go by what other people say. You know what I'm saying? And just because you choose to not like somebody doesn't mean that I'm going to be the same way, just because initially I may have thoughts a certain way about her. But then as I've watched her and, I've been on panels with her, I just think that she is, in a lot of ways, misunderstood. I think there are some things about her that bother me, but I still think that she is a misunderstood woman. I don't agree with other people when they say that everyone is entitled to their own opinion. People can have their own opinion about Molly, and I can have my own opinion about her. And just because my opinion was a certain way when I first met her does not mean my opinion can be that way now. Everybody's opinions can change as you get to know somebody. You could meet somebody tomorrow and they could rub you the wrong way, but then you could literally run into them again and be like, well, maybe I just caught that person on a bad day. Who knows? You know what I mean? But I stand true and firm to the things that I believe in. And I wouldn't want for somebody to meet me and maybe I said something to rub them the wrong way or whatever the situation is. I would want that person to give me a second chance or even give me the benefit of the doubt for that matter. You don't always have to go by what people say. And everyone has their own experiences with people. Everyone does. So in the beginning, my experience with Molly, I just didn't like a few things that happened. But as I got to be on panels with her and how she has me laughing, and she has in my opinion, she has a really good personality. I don't necessarily like some of the things that she says, but at the end of the day, I don't think that she is a bad person. That's my opinion. So cut it with the bullshit. I never ever said, I think in the beginning, if I go into details with the story, which eventually if I have to, I will, but if I go into details with the story, it's going to take away from what I'm trying to tell you. And what I'm trying to say is, don't just take what somebody says in the beginning of when they meet somebody and run away with it just because it serves your agenda. Okay? I can meet somebody and change my mind about them just like anybody else can. And it's unfortunate that some people have had their own experiences with Molly and I guess they don't like her, whatever the situation is, but I don't have that experience with her. Like, I don't think that from getting to know her, I don't think that she is a bad person. I think that um, in a lot of ways she's misunderstood, but that's just my opinion. So I just wanted to address that. We don't have to like everything about somebody. There are usually things that we don't care for with our friends, and that's okay. Yes, absolutely. And I think, don't just because I may have gotten the wrong impression off somebody, don't use that to just because it serves your agenda. Don't use that to say, well, she said this about Molly in the beginning. That was my opinion, and that's how I felt in the beginning of when I met her. But then when I first met her, but once I got to know her, I'm like, wow, this chick is funny. She's making me laugh. I like some of the things that she's saying. And I'm just that type of person who likes to give people the benefit of the doubt, whether they care or not. That's just how I am. And I don't think that, I don't get bad vibes from Molly, and that's okay. But just because one person feels a certain way doesn't mean that they can't change their mind. I'm a grown ass woman. I can change my mind anytime I want to. just like anybody else. it's very simple. Some people maybe you're right. You're right, Felony Melanie. Some people can be misunderstood, and some people, what happened, I do feel was wrong initially, but I feel like once I got to know Molly, I'm like, I don't think that she is this person. I don't think that, I think there's some things that obviously I don't like, just like she may not like things about me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, but that doesn't mean that I have to walk around hating her, and it doesn't mean that I'm going to be that person that's not going to give somebody a chance just because of my first impression of them, because your first impressions can be wrong. Okay. And if I'm wrong, which I don't think I am, but if I'm wrong in any way, then I guess I'll learn the hard way. That's life. Okay. That's just life. But I do think that there's a lot of, there's channels out there, and, they have this strong passion about Molly, and that's their thing. And that has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. But just because I say something and I'm going by my experience doesn't mean that I don't have a right to change my mind. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so let's bring this up. Just wanted to talk to you guys about that, because I think some people are taking the way I initially felt, and they're like, oh, now she's kissing Molly's ass. First of all, I don't kiss nobody's ass to get along with them. Just because I'm cool with somebody, just because I'm polite with somebody, just because I don't see her the way that you do now, does not mean I'm kissing their ass. That means I'm cool with her. I don't think she is what people say she is. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. But don't try to use me to perpetuate your agenda and all that kind of stuff, because it's not going to fly like that. I am a grown-ass woman, and I'll say that again. I'm a grown-ass woman. I can make my own decisions, and at the end of the day, I can change my opinion about somebody. And if you can come back at me and say, well, you're going to learn, okay, then I guess I'll learn. It wouldn't be the first time, and it damn sure ain't going to be the last. I'll tell you that right now. Okay. Okay, guys. Sorry, I always put it on mute when I pull something up. We got a lot of stuff to go over. Of course, Katie, get a life. Can you do that? Can you get a fucking life and leave people alone? How about that? Okay. So I want to read this. I'm sure a lot of you have heard this. And yeah, the audio, I always put it on pause when I pull something up. I'm sure a lot of you have heard this, but I'm going to read it again, and I want to do something a little bit different. So I am going to read this here. Okay, this was yesterday. It says, today I want to address something. Let me be clear. I have no beef with Molly or other creators pushing out endless fundraising for a cause that is unclear and playing on the emotions of an audience. Many of you followed Vaughn and Dre for years. You notice that their lives had changed in the last few years. Some thought the new lifestyle they were living was taking a toll on them physically and mentally. Hold on. Okay. When Dre told her audience about Vaughn being in a coma, she didn't tell everyone what led to the coma. This fueled an online conspiracy that she must have harmed him and caused what happened to him. Admins of groups with a vendetta against Dre reached out to Vaughn's biological family after they noticed posts claiming Dre was denying them access to see him. This group formed, and the biomom joined the group. They used a trending tagline of justice for Vaughn to lure you into thinking an injustice occurred to him. However, the only goal of this group was for the biomom to see Vaughn. That is not justice for Vaughn. The group also promoted the false allegations of abuse and attempted M of Vaughn by Dre with no evidence, using emotionally charged videos of Dre attempting to deny his bio dad access to see Vaughn and videos of her saying she rubbed saliva on him. The narrative fueled outrage. Huge pieces of this story were completely left out. Vaughn's estrangement with his bio family was blamed on Dre, but Vaughn was open about the cause of the estrangement. He was adopted by his great-grandma and not his bio parents. Clips of videos were used to try to find fault in everything Dre did to try to make the conspiracy that she tried to M Vaughn true. A police investigation was completed and no foul play was found. Police reopened the investigation, but still no charges have been filed. Additional reports by 3 officers and Yuma Fire Department all depict a chaotic scene where a man tried to end his own life. But facts did not matter to those that pushed fundraising for our bio parents. The facts are no court filings have ever been made for Vaughn. Not 1 cent of the money raised has aided in his care or the investigation. No money has gone to his son, whose mom has faced doxing, death threats, harassment, trespassing, and cyberbullying. There is no proof for any of the claims against Andrea McCrae. Everyone comes here and says, I want updates on Vaughn. There are no updates at all. Andrea has gone silent to protect her children and herself from threats. Vaughn is not in danger. He is under the care of doctors. Doctors have never reported or removed Andrea from his bedside. The only justice for Vaughn I see is the ending of this, in my opinion. Fraudulent fundraising and scamming. The amount of money raised has been intentionally withheld from all of you so you don't stop donating. These fundraisers are diminishing the life of a U.S. Marine vet. If Vaughn were to pass away tomorrow, is this how you would want him to be remembered? If his bio family had attorneys and cared for the safety of his children, why would they continually participating in the online mob against Andrea? Why would they continue to try to garner sympathy over and over to the audience? Money, in my opinion. I am confident Vaughn would be appalled by what is happening. Vaughn struggled for years with mental health issues and thoughts. He was trying to get better when this happened. Not one person fundraising for the family has entertained that Vaughn's declining mental health played a role in what he did. Instead, they blame Andrea for choices he willingly agreed to do. Vaughn was on board with the diet. Vaughn did not want to be on meds. Vaughn was open to alternative therapy. Vaughn and Andrea also became dependent on K and other substances along the way, which likely caused more mental health struggles. It's time for all of you to get honest with yourself. Stop allowing your hate for Andrea to absolve Vaughn of the choices he made for his life. Vaughn is a grown man. He is capable of making his own decisions. He can say no to treatment or mental health. The lack of answers and sadness many of you feel for Vaughn has turned to irrational hate and outrage at a woman that had to call the police on the day that he attempted S. Excuse me. If Dre had some master plan to harm Vaughn, why did she do CPR, call the police, keep him on life support, and refuse to pull the plug? There is no evidence she hurt Vaughn. Justice for Vaughn is a false narrative. Dignity for Dignity for Vaughn would mean that those that have lied would stop this charade and lying to the public. This is not beef for me. This is about stopping a man's legacy from being destroyed by a group of people hell bent on profiting off of his tragedy with lies. Ask yourself what family would engage in this kind of mob if they truly cared for the safety and well being of the children. I can't think of any reason. I can't think of any reason they would do this other than money, my opinion. You don't have to like Andrea, but continuing this harassment against her is wrong. I am not pro Dre. I'm pro leave this woman alone during the hardest time of her life. If you really care about Vaughn, you would want this to stop because there's no justice for lies. I made a mistake in this story. I own the words I used, and the fact that I too was swept into this false narratives. I have to put out receipts and I have been transparent. The same cannot be said for those pushing this conspiracy. Okay. So, how do you guys feel about what you just heard? Let me read some of the comments before I pull up what I'm going to pull up. Doesn't she mean ain't did anything to that man just because she hasn't been arrested? KJ, don't get it twisted. They may want more dirt, not just circumstantial evidence, so the charges sticks. Exactly, because it's none of our business. It's a donation. There should be stipulation on a donation. There shouldn't be. Exactly. There aren't any more fundraisers. Move on, KJ. Exactly. There are no more fundraisers, KJ. As a matter of fact, KJ, the only person that keeps talking about this, hold on, let me fix my backdrop here. The only person that keeps talking about this, KJ, is you. You're the only one that continues to talk about this. You're the only one that is still continuing to talk about Dre. Nobody else has been talking about her, especially the two creators that you keep calling out. They haven't done a video about her at all. At all. So, here's the thing. You can sit up here until your face turns blue, KJ, and say that you owned your words. But see, here's the operative words that you said in the end of that post, which is you were swept. You were swept with these false narratives, right? So you can sit there and say all of these things, that you are all for Dre. You weren't outraged that Dre rubbed saliva on Vaughn. You weren't outraged at the majority of things that Dre was doing, just like everyone else, including the people that still make videos about this, because there's still people that are making videos, giving updates, all those types of things, or trying to give updates. But the point is that you weren't swept into any false narrative. See, that's the problem. If you would have just said, I own my words, and I take full accountability, because everybody has a right to change their mind. But you don't conveniently change your mind about something and drastically change your opinion about something as soon as the family parts ways with you. Okay? It's too coincidental, and I'm a conspiracy theorist and I don't believe in coincidences. You don't drastically change your opinion, and I'm talking about the key word here is drastically. It's not as if you're saying, well, I watched this video and I noticed that Vaughn was this way. Changing your opinion, but then drastically changing your opinion to the point where now it's all of Miss Letitia's fault. It's all of their family's fault. It's everyone else's fault but Dre's. Dre is completely 100% the victim here, and so are you, KJ. You're the victim now because you were swept to believe this false narrative. Because when you got videos, they were clipped and chopped and everyone was trying to mislead you, right? That's why you asked for your donation back to Miss Letitia, right? Because you were misled. But here's the thing. The videos are still on your channel. Every single video that you have done to try to convince the public that justice for Vaughn was important, justice for Vaughn is about a Black man who is being disregarded. The police didn't even stay there on the scene for 30 minutes. See, you were saying all these things 3 weeks ago, but your opinion drastically changes when the family parts ways. Okay, so I'm going to post something up real quick. Whoops, wrong way. I always do this wrong, you guys. Let's start from here. Now let's start on this one.
I don't know what happened that day. I wasn't there. I can only...
This is going to be under fair use commentary, and I am going to be doing commentary on a few of these clips. I would like for you to pay attention to the things that KJ is saying, because let me remind you guys, she contributed to why people feel the way that they do about Dre. Okay? So I'm going to be starting, stopping because I am doing commentary over this video under fair use. Okay?
Only show you, here's what's going on online, here's what she is saying. You know, when I looked at it objectively.
Did you look at it objectively? Let me take you back. This was 2 to 3 weeks ago, and this was KJ's first video when she was introducing this story to her audience. And this was her basically telling her audience the story of how she did research, the videos that she watched. She pulled up videos and she gave her opinion about the videos that she's seen. Not clipped and chopped and all of this stuff. They're the same videos that all the rest of us has seen. Okay?
I put myself in her position. I've been in those shoes. I've had a child on life support, and I was not online acting like my life was great.
Is that so, KJ? So you've been in this position before, you know, and that is unfortunate. Unlike you, KJ, I actually have a heart, and my heart goes out to you that you have a child that has medical problems, and that's a hard thing to have to endure, especially for your child. You watch the same videos as all the rest of us. So now we're supposed to believe that your opinion has drastically changed from the research that you did, right?
My life was hell. We were in the hospital on and off for 4 months.
That's unfortunate. That's very, very unfortunate. And I would think that would be a very hard thing to have to go through, you know, especially for parents. That's very, very stressful.
There was nothing fun about that. And I was definitely not telling anyone I was living my best life. And
who was telling everyone they were living their best life? Who was telling everybody? I'm pretty sure that was Dre, right? Because Vaughn was in the hospital and, you know, she was taking selfies in front of him and all of that kind of stuff. So we kind of like, a lot of people were like, how could you do that? Like, how could you take selfies while your husband is laying in the bed in a coma and you're having people take selfies right in front of him, right?
that's really what struck me. And then she's lying about his, the way that they're doing the feeds. I have a child that has a feeding tube.
She's lying about the way they're doing the feeds. So you've been watching the same videos as us, right, KJ? You watch the same videos as everyone else. And we all, you know, because again, I'm not like you, KJ. Even though I dislike you immensely, immensely dislike you, I still agreed with you when you were talking about this story, because I can look at something objectively. I can use critical thinking, and no matter which way you go, you can't justify the things that Dre was doing. Although I have empathy for Dre, more of my empathy is for Vaughn. Okay. But at the end of the day, we all seen the same videos. Nothing was cut and chopped and clipped and sent to you. You got the same videos as everyone else. And this is what you have continued to say until Miss Letitia said bye-bye.
She's lying about some of the like things that the doctors are doing. Like, I can tell just with my own knowledge from my own experience with my son that she's lying.
Can you tell from your own experience with your son that she's lying? So I wonder what changed. What changed? What changed from 3 weeks ago, KJ, till now? Now, you're right. I don't believe in doxing. I don't believe harassment. But let's not forget that you literally doxed Dre yourself. Now, I can't confirm 100% that you were the first person to put out Dre's address, but when you put the police report out, you forgot to redact it, okay? Therefore, her address was on there, okay? So, if her address was on there, wouldn't that mean you doxed her?
It takes a toll on you, you know, like I was physically drained, I was emotionally drained, and during that entire time, I was not making it about myself.
That's, nobody should make it about themselves when you're going through a tragedy such as that, when you're going through that type of trauma. Nobody should make it about themselves, which is one of the things that we were all concerned about when we were watching the videos, right? But, now it's everyone else's fault and you're the victim and you were misled in some way. Okay.
Like, I was worried about my son. I don't even talk about my son really, because like, I don't want to be the mom that's accused of using his situation for attention, because it's not my story to tell. And
nope, it's not. It's not your story to tell. And I agree with that 100%. You should never use. Thank you, Jennifer. You guys are awesome. Don't worry, I'm going to be reading all your comments when I'm done doing commentary on this video under fair use, on this clip, I mean.
I don't need attention for having my child.
Nope, nobody should need attention for that. Absolutely not.
My child is a human, and his illness is not for clout, it's not for sympathy. And
nobody's illness should be for clout and for sympathy, especially someone that's close to you, but these were all the valid concerns that we all had when we were watching Dre. You can't deny the fact that Dre has made some mistakes, a lot of mistakes when it comes to this, and that's why so many people are critiquing. But you see, KJ here is just trying to get on Dre's good side. Okay, but take it back and see all the things that she has said. Dre, this is not the way that she feels. She's perpetuating a narrative because she's pissed off at Miss Letitia. That's it.
I just can't get this sinking feeling out of my gut that something that she did caused this. Whether...
Really? Are you fucking serious? You cannot get this out of your head. So what changed in the course of 2 to 3 weeks? How did it change? You went from, I can't help but think that she has something to do with this, to no, Dre is innocent. Leave her alone. She has nothing to do with this. You guys are harassing her and everything. Sorry, but when you say they, you better get your story straight, because there are a lot of creators who are literally just doing commentary on this story, reporting on this story. 10 to Life did. She's a bigger creator, bigger than you, Katie. A lot of creators have, not just Molly and Justin. LB has. She did a great job. This is very interesting. It's very, very it's a very shocking story to watch, especially with the overwhelming amount of videos that are out there. Some that I haven't even seen yet.
He did this to himself, and it was because of how dire it got, or I'm just playing out the scenario in my mind of trying to imagine all of this taking place in the span of an hour and 14 minutes.
Yep. Those are the same questions that I ask. How did this all take place in a span of an hour and whatever, some minutes? You know, and you even had it down to the hour and minutes. That's how much you've researched this case. Nobody misled you at all.
Your husband woke up, he went to the bathroom, he cleaned himself up, he comes out, he's arguing with you, he's mad at you, you're arguing, you didn't sleep in the same bedroom the night before, you have been arguing for 2 days.
It's a question that these are questions that we all have, right? It's like, wow, he did that, you guys didn't sleep in the same bed. All of these questions. But now there's no questions anymore. It is exactly what it is. We're supposed to believe her now, right?
He goes outside, somehow in that shed is able to coordinate that, and you give him enough time to be out without oxygen for 20 minutes?
20 minutes. Very, very. There's a lot of questions with this case, or with this story, whatever you want to call it. And you can't deny the fact that there's questions. You can't deny the fact that there's a lot of unanswered questions, and the only person who can answer those questions is Dre. I just find it funny now that now there's no questions at all. We're all crazy. We're not seeing things, and poor innocent KJ was misled by everyone else.
20 minutes?
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And then you cut him down and you call police. I mean,
do you see how concerned she was? You know what I'm saying? Like, very concerned.
It had to have taken her a moment to cut him down. And then my biggest takeaway was on that police report, they say nothing about his neck. They noticed an abrasion on his left arm.
You see? I don't know if that's true, though. Is that true, or is she even telling the truth right here? Will you guys stop it? Sorry, you guys. I don't know if this is, I don't remember if they did or if they didn't. I'm not sure.
And he was left-handed. And I said to his mom, could that be a defensive wound? Yeah.
See all the speculation going on here? Oh, that's true. Okay, 9 to 5. All the speculation, and poor KJ, she just can't take rejection. She was talking to Miss Letitia, and Miss Letitia just chose to part ways with her. Thankfully, she did. Thankfully, she was able to see her for who she truly is. But regardless, she had the same speculations as everyone else, but now we're supposed to believe that she was misled in some way. By who?
His knife that just happened to be there. So, and then when the police arrive, the way that they described her demeanor, I could understand that she's nervous, but the way that they said that she couldn't stop shaking and that she appeared agitated.
Now, you see all the speculation that's going on here? Like she was speculating like a mother. For one, I don't agree with that. I do believe that, when something like that happens, you're going to be shaky. You're going to be very erratic. You're going to be scared. You're going to be all kinds of things. Like that's just a normal reaction. I think my main concern would just be some of the things that she said to the officer, but I wouldn't be concerned that she was shaking and stuff. But that shows you right there all the speculation that KJ originally did when it comes to this story.
And rambling and then throwing in the story about he had changed that was ultimately irrelevant.
Yep, that's a concern of mine too. I was very concerned about that. Why would you make it a point to tell the police that he had changed? I feel that's something that you wouldn't think about. It's such a very, very horrific time. You wouldn't think to just say, oh, he's changed since he's been going to seeing this person and all that kind of stuff. You wouldn't think about something like that. But the fact that she threw that in there was very concerning to me. Absolutely.
Relevant to what happened that day, unless it was an argument over him changing, him wanting to leave, sure, and her not wanting to let him go. Because in my gut, that's what I think happened. I think he.
Mama Bear, I would think you would be agitated, you would be scared, you would be shaking. I could see all of those types of things happening when something traumatic like that happens. But I think my question would be, why was she saying the stuff that she's saying, and that it wasn't very apparent in that police report if she was crying profusely or anything like that. But I can understand how she could be shaking and stuff like that. Tia Symone, although I have to say you say the strangest things when this kind of thing happens to you. Exactly. You probably would say very strange things, but when it comes to saying to make sure that you put in there he's changed and he started becoming this certain way, to me that just seems off that you would say something like that. But I understand what you're saying, Llama Girl.
He wanted to leave her, and I don't think she wanted him to leave. And I don't think she was going to let him leave. And now it's just going to be a push for law enforcement to see what all of us are seeing.
So you're looking at this time, KJ saying a push, for law enforcement to see the things that we are seeing. And this is not a closed case. It is still under investigation. So therefore, that push, now KJ is saying she was misled. She was misled by whoever. And now everything is what it is, and nothing should be questioned. Nothing.
I mean, I want to ask the audience here, does anyone, with everything that I've said and showed you tonight, does anyone believe that there isn't more to the story? I'm not accusing anyone of any crimes. I want to be clear.
You're not accusing anyone of any crimes, but you are the only person that called her a murderer, for one. And for two, you literally just said a minute prior to what you're saying now that you can't believe that you think something happened because of her. So what do you mean you're not accusing anyone? You have, and you have been for a while.
But does anyone think that there's not more to this story? Does anyone think that 5 days that he's off on life support, you're on your page selling herbs? Selling herbs.
Was she doing that? That's the one thing. You see, I'm finding out stuff new just from watching this video or this clip. What do you mean? Okay, so basically, I don't remember that part. She probably was, though. Next. Hold on 1 second, you guys.
And when I was talking to his mom yesterday, I said to her, she was my gut, and this is just my gut. She lost him. She lost control. He was going home.
Those were the days, when KJ was happy. She was talking to Miss Letitia. She was getting all the information that she needed. Everything was going her way. And then, poof, Ms. Letitia says, bye, sorry, I respectfully just don't want to talk to you anymore. Ms. Juanette did the same thing. So then, complete and utter chaos erupted from that point on. Not the next day. I'm going to say 5 minutes later, in my opinion. This is when KJ asked for a refund. This is when she started referring to Ms. Letitia. Now, keep in mind what she just said here. His mother. But now she refers to Ms. Letitia as the bio mom. And keep in mind, her calling Ms. Letitia the bio mom is just a way to hurt Ms. Letitia. It's just a way to make Ms. Letitia feel like she is less than and she's not worthy when it comes to her son, and that she doesn't matter when it comes to her son. It is to hurt Ms. Letitia and make Ms. Letitia feel like she is just this deadbeat mother. That's exactly why she's referring to Ms. Letitia that way. It is to mentally and verbally abuse this woman, in my opinion. Otherwise, why would you refer to her as the bio mom now or the bio parents? But that's not what you were saying 2 to 3 weeks ago. And it's sad because, of course, we don't look at Ms. Letitia in that way. 2 weeks prior, Vaughn was happy to talk to his parents. Vaughn was looking forward to seeing his parents and going to Georgia. All of these things. We all know, including Katie herself, that Vaughn loved his family. He loved his sisters. He loves Miss Letitia. He loves his dad. And he loves his great grandparents, of course. You know, they raised him. But that doesn't make Miss Letitia less of a mother because of the choice that she chose to make in the best interest of her son. As a matter of fact, that makes her a wonderful mom because she did what she thought was best for her children. But yet you have Katie here mentally and verbally attacking this woman, cyberbullying this woman. You want to sit here and talk about other people are bullying Dre? Not that many people are talking about this story anymore because there's really nothing more to talk about unless you're going over videos and things like that, which there's a lot of videos to go over. But the point is, the only one that's still talking about that, this whole situation, is Katie. And verbally and mentally attacking this family. It's disgusting.
Home. She knew he wanted to go home. She was not going to let him go home. I don't think that planned trip to Georgia was ever going to happen. I think she knew that if he went home, she would lose control.
Mm-hmm. And I feel the exact same way to a certain extent. I agree. And it's funny to me because she just did a live today, which I will go over. But the point is that KJ thinks that people can't be adults. Sorry, guys. KJ thinks that people can't be adults. Okay. I can sit here and have an opinion about something, and just because somebody that I don't like has the same opinion as me, it doesn't mean that I'm going to change my opinion just because I don't like her. Okay? And KJ seems to think that just because people don't like her, they're going to change their opinion and all of that kind of stuff. It doesn't work like that. Just because I don't like somebody, I still agree with her, and I agreed with her before. I don't agree with her now and what she's doing, but prior, when she was actually making sense, I agreed with her. And thank you so much for stopping by in here, Miss Juanette. I appreciate you, and I'm so sorry for your loss. My heart and prayers are with you. My condolences, and you will continue to be in my prayers because you have been in my prayers, and we all will be praying for you. Praying for you for comfort. I know what it's like to lose a loved one. I lost my mom, and I still mourn every single day. So we are all praying for you, sweetie.
Yeah, why would you have to get it's in like a rickety chair? Like, what?
The same questions that we've all had are the same questions that we've stuck with. Okay? The only one who's changing her narrative is Katie. And no matter how many times you sit there and say, Katie, that you didn't change your mind because of what happened, that's bullshit. All you have to do is go back and look at your videos and the things that you were saying. Exactly. You know, my opinion stands no matter what. I'm not going to change my opinion. Some people can make me look at things from a different perspective, you know, and open your mind to different things, but it's not going to make you change my opinion when it comes to anything just because I don't like somebody.
Yeah. Thank you so much for bringing this light to the situation, and there has to be more to the story. She's 100% lying. Thank you.
Now, one thing that I will say that I find very, very weird is that which I never noticed this about KJ until I was watching some things. And she really doesn't thank too many people when she gets super chats. I don't know if it was this person because I cut out, anybody. I think in one I didn't, but regardless, I really do think that she um, is very ignorant. I don't think, I know. Like, people were giving her super chats that I've seen in the couple clips that I have, and she wasn't even saying thank you, which I found to be very ignorant. You should be very appreciative over those things because that's obviously amazing when somebody does that, but she never says thank you, ever. Sometimes she does, but for the most part, she doesn't.
This story stinks to high heaven and it doesn't add up. She's going to blame the hospital if he expires. Based on the police report, it doesn't look like there was any follow-up. You've been on a 5-hour live and then 7 hours last night. Well, I'm almost ready to go. All I know is that he has moved so many times.
Sorry, you guys. I got sent something and I was reading it while talking. What KJ is doing is despicable. There is no pain worse than losing your son. This way, losing my son 2 years ago, the same way as Marvin has broken my heart. What she is doing to Letitia and her family is evil. Absolutely, I agree. 100%. She's a predator. But that's what I'm trying to say. Do you guys see how drastically she has changed? Did I put Llama Girl's post up? Oh, okay. Yes, it's disgusting. And that's why, it's almost unbelievable to me that somebody can be so horrible to somebody and to treat somebody like that. Yes, Llama Girl has been through a lot. But she's always in my prayers. So, and then I couldn't imagine that type of pain. But she is, I can't with her. I just wanted you guys to see out of her words what she has said from the beginning of this case and how drastically. And I always say the key word here is drastically because you don't change your opinion that drastically. She changed her opinion because it's convenient for her. Conveniently, she changed her opinion because for so many reasons, but the main reason is because she's I don't want to say she's hurt, but I can tell that she was very, very, she's just a person that just does not. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Jennifer. Tia, you truly are a breath of fresh air, and I am so glad to have come across you tonight. Well, I'm so glad you did too. Welcome, and thank you so much for the super chat, babe. I appreciate you. That means a lot. Yeah, she's just a horrible person to abuse this family for what they're going through. And I just wanted you guys to hear her own words and to show you and maybe show some people who may not pay attention that this is who this woman is. Her opinion has not changed, you guys. She's just pissed off at the family. And she's doing everything that she can to hurt the family with her vindictive, manipulative ways. And it's disgusting.
The police tried to, and I said to his mom, I said, do you think that this idea that she has of him surviving is because she knows the magnitude of what happened, and that if he does pass, the heat will be on?
Now, I feel like that's something that's very, very important. And I feel like not only for the people who already know how KJ is, but maybe someone might come across this video that it may open their eyes to KJ. I think that's the reason why we all do this. And for her to sit there and say, because she just said in her Facebook post that if Dre was trying to do something or had any type of horrible intent when it comes to her husband, why didn't she pull the plug? But here, KJ, 3 weeks ago, is saying maybe that's why she doesn't want to pull the plug, right? You heard what she just said.
Yeah, she asked her daughter to go inside, but not to help. I mean, maybe she didn't want her daughter to see it. She won't allow his parents to see him. The only reason that I can think that she doesn't want his parents there is, one, they can ask questions. So if they can ask questions. Two, they can notice any injuries. If you don't want people to see the physical injuries, you don't let them see them.
I agree.
Three, what if he wakes up and can tell them what happened?
So there you go. You just heard KJ's Facebook post. So now you can listen to her here with her 3 reasonings as to why she may be doing what she's currently doing when it comes to Dre and Vaughn. Now I continue and will continue to ask people, do you really think her opinion has changed that drastically from 2 to 3 weeks ago to now? Because if you seriously think that it has, and if you seriously think that this woman has been misled in any way by anyone else, okay, especially when she claims to be a reporter, she claims to do her due diligence, she claims that she's a thorough investigative reporter. If you're a thorough investigative reporter, you are not going to be misled by anyone.
You know, when I was talking to his mom yesterday, I said to her, allow his parents to see him. The only reason that I can think that she doesn't want his parents there is, one, they ask questions. Two, they can notice any injuries. If you don't want people to see. Three, what if he wakes up and can tell them what happened?
My bad, you guys. That was the end of the video. I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. 1 second here. I need to go up on the comments real quick. Because I feel like I missed something. Okay. So I'm going to toss this away and let me make sure I don't have any more, which I think I do have one more that I want you guys to see. I do.
I think she has a lot to lose here. Tonight, I'm just going to ask all of you guys to think some good thoughts for his parents and his siblings.
So that's okay, Angels Among Us 95. That's okay, sweetie. Come join in on the party, girl. So as you can see here, she's asking her audience. No, they're just clips, Goose. That wasn't the end. That was just a clip. All of these are just little clips. One thing I wanted to say is that we know that KJ is an atheist. She's not a religious person, but I want you to pay attention to what she says here because she was very sentimental towards this story. She was very had a lot of empathy for Miss Letitia. And just listen to what she says here, which some of you guys obviously have seen this, and I think I've seen it before too when she first introduced it, but I think it's important to revisit it now.
And his son and his stepdaughters. I've cried a lot of tears the last few days, and I'm not a crier.
Did you guys hear that? She cried a lot of tears. Of course she heard it. I'm being sarcastic. She cried a lot of tears when it came to this case because, she felt so horrible for this family. She was so empathetic towards this family. And now she's referring to Ms. Letitia as a bio mom, mentally and verbally attacking this woman. Right, as she laughs too, as you're laughing, no, because it was probably hard for you to lie and say that you've cried because I know you haven't, but at the same time, you still acted like you were very sentimental towards this family, and look at how you're acting. A person's opinion and feelings don't go from this to how she's acting now, so hateful and evil. Seriously.
I sat on the phone and read the police report with his mom. So this will not be our last conversation on it. I just don't want this to go in vain. Like, I don't want the fact that he is a African-American man, I don't want them to ignore this because of that. I don't want it to be ignored and swept under the rug.
You know what? The feeling is mutual. Okay? As I told you guys, I've always believed that there's racial undertones in this case. And this is what Katie believed 3 weeks ago. You don't want for this man and his legacy to be swept under the rug, but now everybody's trying to create a legacy, and we're supposed to be questioning, is this how we would want his legacy to be? Our legacy of Vaughn is impeccable. Okay? Our legacy of how we look at Vaughn is that he is an amazing man who was a Marine who served for our country, and thank you to Vaughn for serving for our country, as a strong man who was a family man, a very family-oriented man, a great personality, obviously a great dancer because I've seen him dancing and stuff. He has just this beautiful smile. He just seems like an amazing, amazing person. And nothing about this story is going to take away from that. We see all of, not just some of the videos that obviously need to be questioned, but we see the videos where, he's being a dad. We see the videos where he's being a good husband. We see the videos where, he's being funny, all the skits that him and Dre used to do. So don't try to turn this into like, we're trying to make Vaughn, we hope and pray that when Vaughn wakes up, that he sees things and that he questions, that he has questions as well. However, if he does say, no, you shouldn't have treated my wife like this, and he's mad at everybody, that's okay too. That's okay, But at the end of the day, the only one who is turning this into a circus is KJ. She's the only one who continues to keep talking about it. Nobody else is really talking about it anymore. She's bullying people. She is just going beyond measures just to hurt people. That's not normal, you guys. This isn't normal. A person does not change their opinion in a drastic way like this. It's ridiculous.
The fact that this man was a Marine that dedicated his life to serve the United States, that was honored to serve, like his whole life was to serve. Veterans' lives matter. He needs to be treated with respect.
I agree with that 100%. I definitely think that there should have been a follow-up. I definitely think that the police should have been on the scene a lot longer than 30 minutes. But, that's my opinion. And as you can see, this was KJ's opinion as well.
And the police need to investigate this.
The police need to investigate this. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's my opinion. So thank you for sticking with me. I know this is a new topic.
I think that's the last one, but let me check, because I think I had one more that I wanted you guys to see. Unless it's the same one. Hold on. It might be the same one. Bear with me.
Keep his family in your thoughts tonight. And
yep, that's the same one. Hold on, because I want to make sure that I have all of the ones that I have, these clips here. It doesn't seem like I did this twice.
He was without oxygen, from my understanding, for over 20 minutes. He has no brain activity. Brain activity has never been shown. He is clinically brain dead at this point. So she spit on her husband and wiped her spit all over his face.
Now, you guys remember, I think the first video, if I'm not mistaken, and if I'm wrong, you can correct me in the comments, but I think the first video was on TikTok. And I think this is when somebody covered it and the story, and they were talking about how she was rubbing saliva on him. And everyone was outraged, including Without a Crystal Ball. Like, it's an outrage, because everyone has their own beliefs. We know everyone has their own beliefs, but when you go as far as rubbing your spit, I've never heard of that. I just haven't. And yes, everyone was like, oh my gosh, like, this woman is rubbing her saliva on her husband, who is fighting for his life in a coma. Everyone was in outrage because of it, including her.
And she said that she was doing this because her saliva could communicate with him. She's also withholding food from him and not allowing them to feed him while he's there. And because his mom wants to see him, she's spending a lot of time and effort to smear his mother on live.
It was very tumultuous.
So these are videos that KJ pulled up. The same videos that we have all seen, but I guess now these videos are just in our imagination. And now we are supposed to believe that no one should be outraged or even have any questions, because now it's not like that anymore. Now we're supposed to go along with KJ's false narrative of Dre is not doing anything, and she is very, very, um, very much. We should just look at Dre as an innocent victim, and yeah, that's what she's saying now.
In fact, part of the reason why we didn't make it in the beginning part of the marriage was because of, certain member of his family, So, and that certain member knew very well what that certain member was doing, very well. And I feel like this is also why Vaughn had, put a major.
Kelly, Kelly says she's saying now she didn't see the video Dre saying about the spit and communication. Oh, really? Well, I would love to see that.
Boundaries, like major boundaries. But they were unspoken. Like, he didn't say, I'm not talking to you, or he didn't, it was just, he distanced himself and this certain person distanced back, So if someone can.
Okay. So you guys are getting my point here. You're getting what I'm putting out there. I'm just, oh, hey, Steve, how are you? I just wanted you guys to see how much she has drastically. I don't think people understand how drastically. All you have to do is go back and watch her videos and tell me that you believe her false narrative now, when we've all had the same opinions. She did the same research as everyone else, but now we're supposed to believe her, and everybody is supposed to just go along with her and her cult-like behavior, and we're all supposed to believe that this is just a figment of our imagination, and all of these videos that we critiqued and commentated on were wrong, and we are purposely trying to hurt Dre, blah, 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 blah. That's what we're supposed to believe, right? So she has been doing this for years. Lies, lies, lies. Absolutely. KJ believes all of Dre's stories over the truth. Exactly. Yes, everybody's welcome here. Dre's laugh goes right through my brain when she tries to mimic the Joker or whatever, or whoever she's trying to mimic there. I agree. KJ has led this entire story to follow her own narrative. That's sickening. It is. And now everyone's just supposed to follow the narrative that she is spewing now. And in my opinion, she is the only one who is inciting hate and chaos, and we knew this was going to happen, and I just feel that it's disgusting, and she's always going to be called out for it. Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, 1 second here. I'm going to pull up one last thing here. Okay, I want to read this because I feel like it's important to read before I bring up this live stream. And I'm sure a lot of people have watched this live stream, but or seen it. I'm sure somebody has covered it, but I think this is interesting. So, 3 frivolous lawsuits filed against me are slowly coming to close. One case is being dismissed tomorrow. One case missed a huge deadline in court and failed to serve notice to us until a week after the deadline. They have nothing to prosecute their case in the 4 months since they filed. One case resulted in a settlement with two of the parties. We are waiting for the other party to either voluntarily dismiss their case or we will seek dismissal or summary judgment. They have also provided no discovery and done nothing to prosecute this case in the 9 months since they filed against me. Frivolous lawsuits should actually be illegal. I'm grateful for my team. Don't waste the court's time to intimidate someone. It's just gross. Without a crystal ball, I just have to say this to you. You are the biggest liar to me. I don't care what you say. I will never believe a word that comes out of your mouth or whatever you write. This shit is funny as hell. I don't believe you. You want to know why I don't believe you? Because that's all you do is lie. Do you think other people believe you? And if you think that showing this is going to somehow exonerate you, or whatever you call that word, you're ridiculous. You literally just called attention to your lawsuits. So now people know that you have lawsuits on you, right? And they're not frivolous. You slandered people. That's why you're in these lawsuits. Okay? I think it's just hilarious. So where's the proof here? Okay. Tomorrow, one of my lawsuits will be dismissed with prejudice as the plaintiff hasn't filed this case in court. They have made no request for discovery, and we haven't heard from their lawyer in months. If they claim they received any statements or docs from me, they are lying. Let me tell you something without a crystal ball. Okay? Why would you even speak about this? Wouldn't your attorneys tell you not to speak? Didn't you just say this a couple of days ago about Miss Letitia? Why is Miss Letitia going and talking about stuff? Her attorneys would advise her to keep her mouth shut. Well, wouldn't your attorneys advise you to do the same? So you go on Facebook or Twitter or wherever and say that these lawsuits are going to be dismissed by your own words with no proof to back it up. And we're supposed to believe you? You wouldn't even admit to these lawsuits when they were filed on you, when you were, saying that it wasn't filed in court. So now we're supposed to believe that you no longer have lawsuits. Well, in my opinion, I don't believe you. Okay? So we are presently working on the dismissal or summary judgment of others. One case missed their deadline for discovery despite us serving them with our request on the due date. They have made no attempts to prosecute their case in over 4 months since they filed. The final case we have settled with two of the parties and are working to have the remaining party either voluntarily dismiss their case or seek dismissal or summary judgment. They have also provided us no discovery nor attempts to prosecute this case, which all of the rest of it is the same, but I don't believe you. Does anybody else believe her? Oh, thank you so much, Victoria. Hold on, let me go up. I didn't see that. Thank you, Victoria. It says, thank you, Tia, for staying level-headed and calling out KJ for all of her despicable lies. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Victoria, and you are absolutely beautiful. Thank you. I love your picture. Yeah. Does anybody believe this? Because I don't. I want to see proof. And I don't understand why your attorneys would let you do this. That's why I don't believe you. So the only way I would is to see proof. And the fact that you even put this on your Facebook, you're calling attention to the lawsuits that you have and making it very well known that you have active lawsuits against you that I guess apparently now that's going to be settled. Nope. Don't believe you. Next. I'm just, Lord Jesus, help us all, right? Help us all. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, I got hairs on my mouth. Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone.
And I want to say something else. I've gotten a couple comments of people feeling bad for KJ because they feel like she's being viciously attacked. Let me tell you something, okay? When this story first started, everyone gave her the benefit of the doubt. Everyone was very happy that a bigger creator was going to be covering this story, okay? And that there would be more attention brought to this story. You know, there were groups that she was being added to, and they were deleting comments and blocking people who were trying to warn them about Without a Crystal Ball, including myself that's in the groups. And I didn't warn anybody until probably a while later. But the point is that we have all given her the benefit of the doubt. And as I've said before, miss me with the bullshit of feeling sorry for her. Feel sorry for the people that she continuously keeps attacking with no facts to back it up, no proof to back it up. Just like she can sit there and say, okay, just like she can sit there and say, where's the proof that there's refunds? Okay. Don't nobody got to show you shit, for one. And for two, where's your proof that there hasn't been any refunds? Why don't you go seek out the people that you say didn't get refunds and show proof that they still haven't gotten them? You can't, because it's not true. Feel bad for the people she keeps dragging. Feel bad for the private messages she keeps exposing on her public platform. Okay? Feel bad for the people she keeps mentally and verbally abusing. Feel bad for those people. There ain't no way in hell that I would ever feel bad for somebody like her. And if you can't see it, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. If you can't see it now, it would take a miracle for you to ever see it. So you're hopeless. So go ahead on and keep following KJ and be in with her cults, whatever. I don't care. Because in my opinion, I don't feel bad for this woman at all. There's no excuse for showing private messages. There's no excuse for viciously attacking people who are going through something so traumatic right now. There's no excuse for saying horrible things about people just because they no longer want anything to do with you. There's no excuse for that. So you expect me to feel bad for this woman? No. I don't feel bad for her. I will never feel bad for her. And all the lawsuits she's in, she deserves them. And let me tell you something. I always say 2 lawsuits and counting, because she hasn't learned from any lawsuit that she's been in, including the ones that she's currently in. If she learned, then she wouldn't continuously do the same thing. Even now, she continues to slander people. No. Sorry. Miss me with that. And then have a stadium full of seats.
Hello. Hello, everyone. That's been put out by content creators. And the shift now is not that, not addressing any of the questions about the fundraising, not addressing any of the issues regarding the situations that have been brought up that have made people question things, or the endless fundraising, or the questionable behavior by parties that are involved. And why is a family sticking by and co-signing with a creator that's doing all of these things? And the counter response isn't to actually answer questions about what's happening. It's to attack the people that are trying to provide evidence
for why things aren't the way that they are. So anybody that is providing any receipts or evidence to show, listen, this might not be what we thought it was.
And where are the people that are currently providing receipts and evidence, KJ? Where are those people at? Have you seen them? Because I haven't. There have been a couple people who have went public, which is probably because you told them to, because from what I see, all you're doing is inciting for people to ask for refunds. But regardless, you keep talking about this and talking about it and talking about it. And nobody cares. Nobody cares. But you keep talking about it to keep yourself inserted in this story because you're so obsessed with turning this into your story. And it's not. It's not. This is nobody's story. The only story that this belongs to is Miss Letitia and her family. That's it. And you keep talking about the same thing and you keep trying to perpetuate. And it's like there's nothing there anymore. Nothing.
Or this is the evidence that I can tell you as to why I changed my mind, or these are the details that I have that sort of suggest that things aren't as they seem, instead of addressing the...
There is no evidence as to why you changed your mind, KJ. The only evidence that is clearly visible to the public of why you changed your mind is that you got pissed off because the family wants nothing to do with you. So as soon as they parted ways with you, you changed your mind. That's the only evidence that's clear. That's it. Oh, thank you, Amy, for the super chat. Hey, hold on. Hey, beautiful. Did you see Steve's comment? Please check it out. Very important. Thanks, love. No, I didn't see it because when I commentate, I hardly read comments, but I'll go up and look real quick. She has zero evidence, none. I give you all my word. She will not produce a damn thing. She wants a fishing expedition, thinking her evidence will come from those with preservation orders. Is that the one you're talking about? Here, I'll go up a little bit more. Okay, here it is. Teaya, did you see my offer? Want me to update my legal case about KJ on your channel? That she is suing me. And I want all to know she will never produce any evidence of her allegations. Absolutely. I promise I'm going to get better with Twitter. We can definitely do that tomorrow if you want, Steve. She received her refund. Everyone that asked received their refund. She's monetizing her content on this story, but nothing's enough for Catherine Joyless. Amen, Pink Phoenix. Amen. All she's doing is monetizing her content off of this story now. And she's trying to make sure that it continues to be a story. Okay. That's why she keeps trying to change the narrative every day. Every day she's posting every hour over something new, over something that Molly's done, or over this nonsense channel that's her or somebody affiliated with her. Obviously, all of these things that she is doing is very, very, this is all she's doing, you guys. Pink Phoenix, you nailed it. That's it. Everyone else has received the refund. There's nothing else to talk about, but she continues on with this because it's content for her, you guys. It's content, and she's getting paid off of this shit.
Those specific text messages or DMs or videos or the receipts that are put out. And it's not just me that's putting out the information. There are other creators doing this too. I just happen to have the largest platform that has been vocal that things aren't right. So
now that you continue to be vocal that things aren't right, are you going to prove the bullshit that you keep trying to spew, Katie? Are you going to prove anything? Or are you just going to keep spewing the same nonsense, the same the same regurgitated bullshit over and over and over again. Is that what you're going to keep doing? Yeah, because it's money for you. And that's all this is about. It's revenue.
A way that they're responding is to character assassinate me or anyone else that tries to share the truth. And it is also to spread an.
Why don't you do me a favor? Anyone that comes across this video that may be on KJ's side, but maybe questioning her motives here, why don't you do me a favor and go look on her Facebook and see who the person is that's slandering? How about that? Go look on her Facebook, take it all the way down, all the way up, whatever you want to call it. Look through her Facebook, do your due diligence, do your own research. Don't go by her word. She lies about everything. So why don't you go and look and see how much slander she has done, in my opinion. The people she's been slandering, the creators she's been slandering, every creator that's talked about this story that she's been slandering. No one's slandering here but her. So do your research. Oh, thank you so much, stranger. Is it Clegan? Thank you for the super sticker. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. I love you. That means a lot to me. Okay, let's continue.
Narrative that the person that is trying to deliver you the truth is not a trustworthy person, or they don't have, you shouldn't believe them because they did this too, or.
Well, I don't believe you. I don't believe anything that you say. I don't think anybody else should believe anything that you say, because you are a proven liar. You lie about everything. You get caught up in your lies. You slander people. You slander creators. You get caught up in that. Then you get lawsuits. It's the same thing, same day bullshit over and over and over again. Like, you're doing whatever you can to create content out of this. It's over. Walk away.
They'll make up a baseless claim that can be easily debunked, and they'll say that, well, you're responsible too, or you said this, or you did that, but they never actually answer the question for why the things are being said, why things were made, like why comments were made, and then the other thing is she's just obsessed with Molly, definitely not obsessed with Molly. If I'm going to be honest, I wish I never would have met Molly.
Oh, and I bet Molly would have wished that she never fucking met you. I'm sure. When she was warned, I bet she wishes she would have listened to the people who warned her. Okay? I'm sure she wished she never met you. And if you say you're not obsessed, again, why don't you pay attention to Katie and how she eats her own words? Go on her Facebook, scroll through it, and see how many times she talks about Molly. See how many times she brings up Molly's name. Go ahead. I dare you. Go to her Facebook and see. Because it is not what she's saying. She literally is very, very obsessed with Molly, in my opinion. It's Molly, 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 Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. That's all she talks about. Because she's jealous of Molly. You want to know why? Because Molly actually has a personality, and Molly's personality is way better than Without a Crystal Ball. She's more likable than Without a Crystal Ball. I damn sure would rather watch Molly than Without a Crystal Ball. Molly actually is happy. She's not a miserable person like Without a Crystal Ball. She's not walking around trying to maliciously hurt people Without a Crystal Ball. And let me tell you something else. To the person who sits there and says that she thinks that Molly is worse than Without a Crystal Ball, I 100% disagree. And I suggest you do your research. Okay? That's what I suggest.
I mean, I was doing just fine in my life when I had no association with her and knew nothing about her other than she was the lady that screamed outside of the line.
You are the one that continues to associate yourself with Molly. You are the one that continues to overly obsessed with aligning yourself with Molly, because you are the one that keeps talking about her. No one else is. So why are you, if you're not worried about Molly, then why are you still talking about her? And why do you continuously bring her up in every live stream that you've done on your Facebook? If you don't care about her, and if you wish you never met her, And if you were doing just fine prior to meeting her, then why do you keep talking about her then? You don't have to give an excuse. Nobody believes your bullshit excuses, Katie. Nobody.
Laundry's house during Gabby Petito's murder investigation.
How many times are you going to keep saying this? You said this yesterday on a live stream. You said this the day before yesterday on a live stream. You said it the day before yesterday, that day before. You keep talking about how she went to the Laundry's house. You're the one that keeps saying it over and over and over again. How many times are you going to say Molly's name? And then you proceed to sit there and continuously say the same thing over and over again. And you expect us to believe that you are not obsessed with Molly? Okay. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the super chat. Oh, that's so sweet. I love you. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you so much. I love your picture too. Thank you.
Investigation and the subsequent like missing persons situation that revolved around Brian Laundry. That's all I knew about her. I didn't know the extensiveness of what she was doing on YouTube. My subscribers warned me about her, and they were like, Katie,
here we go. You still keep talking about Molly. Your subscribers warned you. Well, let me tell you something, Katie. Molly's subscribers, plus probably people that she doesn't even know, warned her about you and warned her how many lawsuits you have, warned her to never work with you. Okay? It's the same damn thing. But yet here you are trying to convince your audience that you're not obsessed with Molly, but yet here you are talking about her again.
Not get involved with this woman. She does really shady things. And I was just like, well, I'll give anyone a chance that's trying to.
Let's talk about the shady things that you've done. No, I'd be here all night. But one of the most shadiest things that you've done is when you were in a lawsuit with Tati and you accused Tati's husband of murder. Okay? You're the shady one here.
Spread the story. And
I did. And within a day, she was like, I was public enemy number one, and she was trying to turn people against me, which I
keep reaching. I just want to say that it actually wasn't day number one because they've been on your channel twice. Okay, they've been on your channel twice. And it wasn't after day one, but it definitely took about a week, which is actually pretty shameful for you, Katie, because you were fabricating and sensationalizing and flat out lying. And creators didn't want to be aligned with you. They couldn't confirm anything that you said. Okay? Exactly. Her name should be Slim Shady.
I was of the opinion very early on that if this story was going to be if it was going to travel, it needed to travel on multiple platforms
because every single person has a different platform. And I believed that more people that spoke about it, the better. I've shared repeatedly what changed my mind and why I made the decisions that I made. And I feel like I don't need to rehash all of that because it's very clear and you can read the content on my page to show.
Actually, it's not clear. It's not clear. And I just proved it with your words on your channel. If you cared so much about Dre and you cared about everything that's happening right now, then you wouldn't still have the videos on your channel, which shows that it's all about revenue for you. And for you to actually sit here and say that you don't want to explain it, it's all on your Facebook or whatever. Okay, well, to me, all you've done, Katie, for this entire, maybe 2 weeks or whatever, since you've parted ways, since Miss Letitia parted ways with you, all you've done is try to throw out narratives, throw shit, and hope that it sticks. That's all you've done. Just to say it Just like that. That's all you've done. Just throwing shit and hope that it sticks. And whatever sticks, that's what you chose to go with. And you have been saying everything from flipping everything to Vaughn, okay, who's in a coma right now. He cannot speak for himself, fighting for his life. And you have even tried to turn things around on him. Then you tried to use racism and somebody that was on Molly's panel, you said you were going to have on your panel. You have tried everything to keep yourself inserted in this story. Everything. So no, you don't have to explain anything on your Facebook, because anybody with half a brain can see exactly what you're doing here. And all they have to do is go to your channel and listen to your own words.
To show you sort of like everything that I felt. Hold on a second.
And then the other response is that I'm a liar, I'm ugly, I'm jealous, I'm...
Nobody's called you ugly. Quit lying. Nobody's been look shaming but you. Remember when you look shamed Dre and you called her a drag queen? Which that's not look shaming. I think that's a compliment, to be honest with you. Any makeup artist would think that's a compliment, but you still have said some pretty, excuse me, derogatory things about Dre. And in my opinion, nobody has said anything about your looks. They've actually talked about your character and who you are as a person and what a liar you are. And exactly, you're ugly on the inside, unfortunately.
Hateful, I'm obsessed. Okay?
Ad hominems and attacking me as a person instead of answering the questions. So when I made my...
Always knew you, even when I didn't know you. Don't make sense, but it do. I was on my way to you.
My decision to publicly kind of call out the situation for what I believed it was. I knew I was going to get a lot of backlash because I had been part of the, if you will, train that got this a lot of exposure. By no means was I the largest creator that was covering this, and my videos didn't get the most views. There's a video by a creator that has over 300,000 views. I don't know who did that video. And then I know that another creator, 10 to Life, her video has over 200,000 views.
Yeah, that's pretty sad that you didn't get that many views for how many subscribers you have, but you still do have a lot of views and you're still earning revenue off those videos. And what's the point of all of these excuses? What's the point of giving explanations if you're not trying to put out false narratives? Oh, thank you so much, Melly. She says, KJ is copying CC's deep dive script. CC talks about homonyms often in her videos. KJ has never used the word or description of character assassination. CC talks about this around the 1 hour and 7 minute mark. Oh, well, see, here's the thing. Somebody like KJ, she copies everyone. Like, to me, I think right now, with the way she's acting and how her voice is very high pitched in a lot of ways, I feel like she's trying to act like Dre here too. That's just my opinion. Except for Teaya, Symone, install Brave browser, no more YouTube adverts when you're streaming. Thank you so much. I will definitely do that. Thank you so much. And thank you so much again, Melly, for your super chat. Yeah, she's definitely character assassinating. I agree with Cece on that. But yeah, she copies everybody. KJ does not have a personality of her own, and most people like her copy others. I've seen her do that a lot. A lot.
On this situation, which is her video, like my content, is based on misinformation. So by no means was what I was putting out being.
Are you talking about 10 to Life and her content? So you can criticize somebody else's video about her theories and her opinion on this case, but you won't criticize your own videos on your channel.
The most viewed, but I definitely played a role in having this story travel. And for that, I needed to take stock of what I was putting out and take a look at all sides, which is what I did. And when I was asking questions.
No, honey. You never looked at this story critically, in my opinion. If you did, you wouldn't have called Dre a smurderer. I don't want to say the word. But in my opinion, now you're sitting here talking about other bigger creators that covered this story and their misinformation, but yet you have these stories on your channel. But how can you sit there and call somebody's opinion misinformation? That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I want people to pay attention to. When you look at videos, okay, and that's basically what this story is. It's a lot of speculation, obviously, but in the same sense, when you look at videos, to me, it's just creators giving their opinion from standing on the outside and looking in. There's so many videos that Dre has created and put on her platform that you look at them and you give your commentary on it. You give your opinion, you give your, report or whatever the situation is. But how does that mean that it's misinformation? All of these creators that covered this story, just like KJ, even the bigger creators, had the same information as she did. And it's coincidental how these bigger creators, you don't see them running around trying to flip the narrative, do you? You don't see them going against their opinions and saying, no, maybe that it's not like, you don't see them doing that because it's their opinion and they have integrity and they stick by what they say. But KJ doesn't have any integrity. She doesn't have any morals.
Questions, they would not respond. So it is now August 15th, and we are still no closer to any of these conspiracies that have been put out by these creators. And now, instead of wanting to answer.
But how can you sit here, KJ? See, this is your hypocrisies here. This is how you contradict yourself over and over and over again. And you expect for people to believe you, repeating the same patterns, expecting different results. And in my opinion, you're just trying desperately to get Dre's attention or her admin's attention, because I feel like that is your last hope to keep you in this story, to keep you inserted in this story. But at the end of the day, how can you sit there and talk about other people and their conspiracy theories, right? Now this story is a conspiracy theory, because that's what you're trying to convince to your audience, your supporters. This is all a conspiracy theory. But yet you literally have the videos on your channel of audios that you put out that no one else has, videos that you put out, but yet you can critique these other creators and say that it's misinformation and they're conspiracy theories, but you won't critique yourself. And I'm just looking at this from KJ's perspective. If you now believe that this is a conspiracy theory, this story is all a conspiracy, then why wouldn't you critique yourself instead of making up excuses, saying that you were misled in some way? See, I would have more respect for you if you were to say, there are things in this story that I have questions about that I didn't initially have questions about, but I still feel that it's wrong that Ms. Letitia was kept away from Vaughn, that she wasn't allowed to see Vaughn. She could literally just say, I seen the videos. We all seen them. I'm not going to go back on my word on that. Whenever something doesn't go your way, any type of morals, integrity, respect that you have for yourself just goes straight out the window. Any kind of empathy that you've once had, it goes straight out the window just so you can attack and hurt other people. You want to hurt Miss Letitia. You want to hurt her family, Miss Juanette. You want to hurt them just because they parted ways with you. Who does this? You're asking way too much from her, Tia. It's just hard to believe that somebody just lacks zero self-awareness, like no self-awareness of anyone with half a brain. If you're standing back looking at KJ and all the stupid shit that she has done, I really feel like she has shown her true colors tremendously with this story. And I'm even talking about, I have heard KJ talk about Black Lives Matter in the past. And I've even heard her say we need to be allies for Black people. I've heard her say that in the past, especially when George Floyd, that whole situation was going on. And it happened where she lived, if I'm not mistaken. But now with this story and the way that she has treated, Ms. Letitia, and especially with the weapon, she is literally the most fakest person I have ever witnessed here on YouTube. Just be the hateful, spiteful person that you are. Quit being fake.
Their questions, they're going to say things like, well, Katie, you called her a murderer. And you're the only
creator that called her a murderer. Well, I just proved to you that that's not true, because on July 7th, Molly was in a group, Vinnie Politan's personal.
Here we go. Here we go. Molly, Marsha. I don't know if Molly has. I know that KJ was the first creator to call Dre a schmurderer. She was the first person, okay? But yet, here you go, bringing Molly into this. What does Molly have to do with you, KJ? What does she have to do with you? Nothing. But yet you keep bringing her into your narrative constantly. But you're not obsessed with her, right? You're not obsessed with her.
Group, I don't even know who that is.
And she said, this is a huge story. I've been on it for 22 hours. Move over Casey Anthony and step aside Jodi Arias. So she's comparing Dre McCray to two people. One, Jodi Arias, who's in prison for life for murdering Travis, and Casey, who was acquitted for the murder of her daughter, but people believe that she still did it.
So let me tell you how stupid KJ thinks her audience is. You think that your audience is so stupid that they can't read between the lines, okay? Just like we can, because we are highly intelligent people over here. So let's read through between the lines. Do you think that maybe Molly was referring to Jodi Arias and her personality, her character, how obsessed she was, how controlling she was over Travis? Did you think that maybe Molly was talking about, who else? Who's the other person she said? Casey Anthony. Do you think that she may have been coinciding their personalities with Dre's, their characters, not necessarily just because they schmurdered, their significant other, child, whatever? Did you ever think that they were referring to it as that? She was referring to it as that. You flat out called Dre a murderer. But Molly, she didn't say that. But if she did, which I don't believe you, you're not showing the proof, so I don't believe you. But even if she did say that, do you think that she may have been referring to their character and how they act? Just a thought. I was going to say MGL calls her exactly. Molly called KJ. You guys are. I love you guys. Molly called KJ, Casey Anthony, and Jody. And it's more about the personalities, their character, how they act, how obsessive they are, how controlling they are, you know, how manipulative they are, how conniving they are. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that she meant it the way that KJ is trying to put it. But since KJ thinks that her audience is stupid, they can't see in between the lines. She is basically manipulating her audience right now. And it's very funny to watch. It really is.
And I'm of the opinion that she did it. They just couldn't present a good case. I think most of America thinks that Casey Anthony was the kind of like O.J. Simpson. So she's comparing her to two widely known women who are murderers. I mean, Casey was acquitted, but again, Jody is a convicted murderer. And so that's like amplifying it right away. And then she says, makeup artist, social media blogger, streams a year of terror. This was her tagline. She's hooked on alkaline vegan diet, kratom, starves her family with nothing but herbs. That's not true.
And I've never.
It's not true, but yet you just said that in your post on Facebook. You said that they were addicted to K. You literally said that. And regardless of the fact, this isn't about Molly. This is about KJ. So keep projecting and deflecting like you normally do. But anyone who can use their brain and not let themselves be manipulated by you can see through your shit. Always that comes to the top of her head because of her huge personality, and KJ likes to use that as ammunition. I agree. She uses everything that Molly says as ammunition, and it doesn't matter because this isn't about Molly, but somehow Katie keeps making this about Molly, but we're supposed to believe that she's not obsessed with Molly. And I think that she is obsessed with Molly and very jealous of Molly because Molly came in on her territory, and she blames Molly for why, you know, we all seen the messages where she just kept saying, what about Molly? What about Molly? What about Molly? I seriously think she's very, very angry and infuriated with Molly because in her eyes, Molly is the one that ruined this case for her. That's how I look at it. And once I do my research, I will tell you right now, I'm pretty sure KJ said herself on one of her videos when she was commentating on Dre and Vaughn eating, and she was talking about how it looked like Vaughn was starving. The way that he was eating. And one day Dre licked her plate, and she was talking about how Dre licked her plate too. So it doesn't matter what the case is. She's literally that normal, simple-minded person that goes against the masses or whatever for attention. But in her case, it's multiple reasons as to why she has changed her whole opinion about this case.
Never seen anything like it. Her young Marine husband is in a vegetative coma. He hung himself 6 weeks ago. She says she streamed herself slowly killing him. This is unreal. So her words were she streamed herself slowly killing him. And then she said, when someone asked, does she talk about it?
And she said that she's slowly killing them? No. She not only implied that she was slowly killing Vaughn, but she was also slowly killing the kids.
So once again, KJ is manipulating her audience. Pretty much, I would be offended if I were a supporter of hers. I seriously would, because she's literally manipulating her audience and misconstruing every single thing that Molly has said. Slowly doing that to someone doesn't equal what you said, Katie. It doesn't equal to blatantly saying, I believe that she murdered. I believe that Dre murdered her husband. That's exactly what you said, Katie. Okay. Then you have somebody like Molly who is saying, I believe that by Dre's actions, okay, by the alkaline vegan diet and all those types of things, in Molly's opinion, she believes that Dre was irresponsible with her family. I would assume that that's what Molly meant. But regardless, that doesn't compare to what you said. See, all you're doing is trying to deflect from you calling Dre a murderer. You're trying to deflect and project that onto Molly. And like I said, if I was a part of being a supporter of Katie, I would be offended by the way that she is trying to manipulate her audience, because really she believes that she's the only smart one and everyone else is dumb. That's what makes KJ, in my opinion, stupid, because you think everyone else around you is dumb and you're the only intelligent one in the room, and you're wrong. Use your brain. You can't compare those two statements. When you flat out say something, and then when you say something like, I believe that she slowly contributed she slowly contributed to having something to do with, Vaughn having seizures, different things like that. That's completely different. You're misconstruing, you're manipulating. And if I were your audience, I would be very, very offended.
Okay. This was on July 7th.
So she's, heightening everyone up from the very day one, getting them super excited, thinking that this is going to be the next big crime story. And
no, Katie, you're actually describing yourself. The clips of videos that I just played where you were trying to, talk to your audience and you're telling them how you feel, and you're telling your audience how you were crying for 2 days. You were trying to amp up the audience, okay? You were trying to show your audience this story and, how heartfelt you were towards this story. That was you. Of course, a lot of other creators are very, very heartfelt towards this story as well, including myself. But you wanted this to be your story, and you were territorial over the story, which is why there's audio, once again, only on your channel, because you didn't want it to be on anybody else's channel. Even though the sources that gave you the audio said they don't care whose channel it's on, they just wanted to remain anonymous. But you lied and said that your sources were very particular about the audio and only wanted it to be played on your channel. So will you bring your audience over to my channel? You don't remember saying that?
And she's going into these pages trying to
get people excited and then directing them to go to the Vaughn Justice for Vaughn page, okay? Now, at the same...
Do I have to pull up clips of where you were telling your audience to go to the Justice for Vaughn page and the Exposing Dre McCrae page? Do I have to do that? Because I will. Remember, you said that's where you'll find everything that you need to see, countless videos, all of these kinds of things. Like, literally, you are a joke.
Same time that Molly was doing this, I was definitely still learning like she did. In fact, I came onto the story the exact same day that she did, but I didn't make my first video until days later because I was still trying to understand all the details that were surrounding everything.
What are you talking about? A lot of people who got this story, when I first heard about this story, I didn't make my video till days later too. What's your point? Like, what's your point to that? There is no point. You are just trying to make it look like you didn't believe the story from the very beginning. You guys. Okay. I just think it's really funny how ridiculous she is. Like, she's just ridiculous.
So she went live like within minutes of finding out about this and was just going off the handle. Like,
you guys. Okay. How does she know that Molly went live minutes after finding out about this story? How does she know? Oh my goodness. How does she know that Molly went live the minute she heard about this story? So was she in Molly's home? Once again, let's add on, she's a psychic. So she was in Molly's home and she found out that Molly found out about this story, and minutes later she went live. Oh my gosh. I can't. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Tia, your laugh is so lovely. You're making me laugh. Thank you. I love you. Thank you, guys. Right, Llama Girl? Do you know the day the video you're talking about was posted? Or could you send it to Tia? Absolutely. You can send me anything. I'll check my email in a minute, okay?
just she would get something sent in. She would talk about it on her channel. That's how it kind of blew up on her page, okay? So during this period, everyone was of this belief that Andrea had done something to Vaughn, or that's how it seemed, because the narrative at that time was that.
Do you guys notice, and I hope that you notice this, and I don't see how anybody else can't notice this. Do you guys realize this is the same regurgitated story? Just you adding different words in and embellishing one thing and playing down the next, and embellishing this and playing down the next, and Molly, and and then embellishing this, and then Molly again. Okay. Sorry, you guys. I can't.
Andrea had done something about Vaughn, and the admins and all of these pages were putting out clips, and had been for days before I joined, of just like short clips that were extremely emotionally charged. And I talked about.
So I implore you guys, and including anyone who's watching that is a super supporter of KJ, I implore you to go to the Justice for Vaughn page, if it's still up. I would assume that it is. Or go to Exposing Dre McCray, and there's other pages as well. They're not clips. Some of them are clips, but the majority of them are just longer videos. Some of them are clipped because Dre used to do like 2 to 3 hour live streams, and some of them absolutely they would put there, but most of them were just clips of things that we all that they assumed that we all needed to see. So They weren't clips, you guys. Some of them were clips, but a lot of them were videos, and they would put the long 2-hour videos up. They just put up all kind of information, and it wasn't to emotionally charge anyone. It was just to show people something's not right here, because we all had the same questions, and we all still do have the same questions. You can't take away from that. There's just no way. Even if things are what they seem, I still have questions. I do. There's a lot of things that I feel just weren't right. And you have to understand that just a week ago, or maybe even a week and a half ago, Without a Crystal Ball was advocating for Dre's ex-husband. She put up a GoFundMe for Dre's ex-husband because she didn't like the things that Dre was doing. She she put up so much information. She's the one that was putting out so much information. She was 100% against, the things that Dre was doing, and the herbs and the K. She was even accusing Dre of giving her little boy things that she shouldn't have been giving him. Like, she has went from one narrative to the next. Like, she just keeps going and going and going, and it's all content for her, you guys, for revenue, and she's gotten monetized off of this. But I'm just saying that one day she was advocating for Abba, which is Dre's ex-husband. First, she's advocating for Vaughn and his family. Then she's advocating for Abba, which is Dre's ex-husband. Now she's just advocating for Dre. Like, she has literally she has done whatever she could to keep herself inserted in this story. And like I said, she's just throwing shit in hopes that something sticks. And she's trying desperately to make this narrative stick, because she wants desperately for Dre to reach out to her. She knows that's more revenue for her. She has an interview with Dre or speaks to one of Dre's admins. Do you know how much revenue that would give her? So she's not going to stop until that happens. But Dre is not a stupid woman. She's a very smart woman. That's one thing I will say about Dre. I will not take away from her great qualities, even though I don't agree with a lot of the things I've seen her do. I will not take away from her great qualities and say that the woman isn't smart. And I really, truly believe that she has way more sense than to reach out to somebody like KJ. You know what I'm saying? And yes, I believe this is content for her and revenue, but I also believe that she is going so hard to try to change this narrative because she wants for Dre or her admins to reach out. That's why she keeps doing. And I'm also assuming that she has nothing left also, you guys. She may be hanging on to things because obviously you don't play all your cards with one hand, right? She may have a video or two, but I think she has put everything out there. And that's why the last video that she put out that was sent to her privately, and I'm sure Ms. Wynette asked her not to show it publicly, she shared on her Facebook. And when she shared that, she reached out and finally said, I really would like to speak to one of Dre's admins or mods so they can fill in the gaps in this story. I think she did that because she has nothing left. She may have a couple videos, maybe some messages, but once you put out everything, and that's what she's done, she's turned this into content, and every day she's putting out something. But as you can see in this video here, all she's doing is just spewing bullshit. That's all she's doing. And it's like, it's the same regurgitated shit with different words. That's it. That's it. And it is, you guys, it is more revenue for her if she can get to Dre. It is. Just imagine how many people would watch Katie if Katie interviewed Dre, or if she got an interview from somebody who's close to Dre. How much revenue do you think she would earn from that? And she also had the audacity to say, I'll keep you anonymous. Who has she kept anonymous throughout the story? Name one person that she hasn't outed their private messages, doxed them, went and looked into their past, put out their past, any kind of past criminal records. Is there one person that she has not tried to drag in this story? So all I'm saying is I really do believe that Dre is smart enough to say, girl, I am not messing with you. I don't care how hard you go for me. You are literally the one who called me a murderer. You are the one who contributed to this mess. She was literally a week ago just speaking with Dre's ex-husband, or supposedly Dre's ex-husband's close friend. Okay? So imagine how much revenue she would earn if she could get one. And why do you think that she continues to keep bashing Molly? Because Molly has been very vocal about how she disagrees with the things that Dre has done. So if she continues to bash Molly, then that is going to entice Dre to pick up that phone and say, okay, I'll reach out to her. You know what I'm saying? This is all she's trying to do. It's very obvious. I see straight through it, and I'm sure you guys do too.
Put this in my post on my
Saturday night, where I said, people reacted. What I reacted to was her denying her husband, Vaughn's dad, to see him. And then the one where she said she was going to spit on him and wipes the saliva on him. I later found a video where Andrea actually believes that saliva communicates because she read about it online. So while it's wrong, she is of the belief that saliva communicates. So she believed she was communicating with him because she read it online. But this is what got people so angry, okay? And rightfully so. I mean, you see someone like
Sorry, you guys. I was on mute. My bad. My apologies. So did you guys hear me when I said, never mind, I'll read it again, because I think I was on mute. No, wait, you guys heard that. Never mind. She is a psychopathic narcissist. I agree. Wait, what? She was advocating cute the father, but was crying all day when she was talking about Letitia. That's strange. I agree. Yes, I was muted. I didn't know I was muted. That was an accident. But I do want to read again what Steve just said, because I accidentally muted that. Hold on. I need to go up. Did I slow the chat? I can't remember if I slowed the chat or not. I think I did. Hopefully it's not going too fast for you guys, because I can slow it more if you guys need me to. Sometimes my hand just remains on the button. Oh, it's up. What the hell? But anyway, what Steve just said is sometimes KJ says what is off the record is technically on the record. And I believe that with KJ. Are you sure? Okay, because it seems like it's going very, very fast, but that could be just me. Because you'll feel like, okay, you just seen a comment and then it just literally disappears. And you're just like, wait a minute. All these damn comments. I'm just joking, you guys. Keep commenting. I want to see what you guys have to say. Let it all out. Vent. You can vent here as long as you're respectful. No bashing looks, because we don't tolerate that here. No bashing looks, but this is a place for you to vent, for you to express your thoughts, your emotions, and how much it bothers you. What KJ is doing, the things that she's saying, don't be afraid to do that. Just make sure you keep it respectful. That's all I ask. Her obsession with Molly is escalating. I think she might snap, like seriously do something crazy. I hope not. I pray. And that's what's crazy is I think some creators attract people like her, if that makes sense. I really do. She said, Teaya, she said off the record to a woman in DV situation, then released her DMs and said, now it's on the record. She's horrible. She's that. I remember that. And she put her at risk for doing that. Like that was a horrible situation. But the reason why, you guys, I think that she's constantly going after Molly is not only because she's obsessed, but I also think, like I said, I think she's trying to entice Dre. She's trying to get Dre, because I said Molly's been very vocal about Dre and, her dislike for some of the things that she's watched Dre do. So what better person to attack than Molly to get on Dre's good side, right?
Admitting to spitting on someone?
This is ridiculous. Like, why would she do that? And then she's talking about, you start seeing all these videos about the diets and she's, treating his seizures while he's online. And
welcome to the Glam Fam, Jenny. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. I love that picture. So cute. You know what? This picture looks like my little guy when he was little. My second born. Hey, Manny, behind the mic. Best part of this video is the doggy on the sofa. Oh, thank you for stopping by. Absolutely agree with you regarding Drake. Thank you, Llama Girl. That's just what I think. I think she's doing her best to try to entice Dre and get her attention, And like I said, I think, and just like what Goose said, she is the only one who has advocated more than any creator to get Dre's kids taken away from her. So she would have to be a fool. And I would say that Dre would have to be a fool to ever want to talk to somebody like KJ. There's so many creators out there. There's so many bigger creators that would love to talk to Dre. And KJ is not one of them. Like, KJ might want to talk to her, but I would just say, go somewhere else. Go to another creator. KJ is the last person that you would ever, ever, ever want to align yourself or talk to.
All of this stuff.
So for me to, with a moving train in the direction of hating Andrea and framing her or implying that she was part of this criminal organization, for me to get off that moving train and to completely sort of step back and retract and realize that, whoa, this isn't what it seems, you better believe that I knew that I was going to get backlash. You also...
KJ, once again, and I will continue to say this, you did not back off. You got tossed in the trash where you belong. You didn't back off from anything. They chose to part ways with you, and it was a very, very good decision. Nobody had anything to do with Miss Letitia and her family and their decision, I'm sure. It was her decision, and she made a very, very good decision, and she is very clear of that now because you have proven everyone that has warned Miss Letitia about you was right. So quit trying to perpetuate the narrative that you backed off when you didn't. You got tossed in the trash.
You better believe that when I requested
the refund from GoFundMe, I knew based on my own experience with Letitia and with Molly that I was going to catch hell for it.
You requested your refund probably 5 minutes after Miss Letitia parted ways with you. Since you know how many minutes Molly took to talk about the Dre story, I'm going to tell you, I know how many minutes it took you to ask Miss Letitia for a refund, and it took you about 5 minutes, okay? From the moment Miss Letitia parted ways with you, you chose to ask for a refund. Probably one of the most tackiest, disgusting, horrible things that you can do to somebody just because they chose to leave you alone, okay? Because you can't handle rejection. Your ego won't let you handle rejection.
I had an interaction with Letitia
the same day I requested the refund, but I was already going to request it before I talked to her. And then my last conversation with her solidified it with me because she yelled at me. And I was like, who yells?
Well, you keep saying that Ms. Letitia yelled at you. And that, yes, right, Tracy? Criminal organization. That's what I'm saying. It's the same regurgitated bullshit with her adding all of this stupid shit like criminal organization. Like, it's ridiculous. But you keep saying that Miss Letitia yelled at you and you have no proof that she yelled at you. Okay. And if you do, show it, but you have no proof. I can't even see Miss Letitia yelling at you. Maybe she was stern with you, but I'm sure she didn't yell at you like you continuously keep saying. But she didn't want anything to do with you anymore. You know what I mean? Most, like, get over it. You keep saying that she yelled at you. Where's your proof that she yelled at you besides your word? Because I don't believe your word, along with probably 50,000 other people. They don't believe your word. Exactly. I thought it was a Cash App too. I'm not sure though, Tracy. If somebody else knows in the comments, let us know.
that someone that's been working and trying to
help you for weeks because they posted about you publicly. That's so weird. So she yells at me, and this was after I find out about Brittany. I find out she's working with a woman that went to prison for impersonating a lawyer. There's all these people in there that are like trying to control my posts. The admins are constantly in my DMs, like, take this post.
Sorry, you guys. Thank you so much for your super chat, Denisa. Hold on. Okay. Thank you, sweetheart. And yes, I did get your coffee last week, and I sent you a message. Did you get my message that I sent you? Make sure that you go and check and see that I got your message. And thank you so much for your super chat. I love you. I appreciate you. This means a lot to me. And I did get that. And usually anytime anybody sends, I usually send them a message. So I hope you got the message. If you didn't, go make sure that you got it, unless I did it wrong.
down and don't say this and you can't say that and, stop the drama.
I want to
Remind you that during this whole period, the admin.
Ms. Letitia doesn't yell. She doesn't even seem like that type. I agree with you, Llama Girl. Llama Girl says, no way. No way Ms. Letitia yelled at her. There's just no way. I believe that Ms. Letitia may have told her how she felt, but the only way that I would ever believe that Ms. Letitia yelled at her, and if she did yell at her, I completely understand why she would, but I don't think Ms. Letitia did, and she has no proof to back it up. I don't believe her. The admins were not constantly in her DMs. We were trying to prevent the many, many wildfires exactly, Heather. Yeah, no, nothing she says is credible. Nothing. And at the end of the day, I've seen the messages like between her and Tony, her and Heather, and all they were trying to do was try to diffuse everything. They were trying to get her to see, look, you're causing a lot of trouble here. Ms. Letitia doesn't need this. Can you please stop? Can you stop with your bullshit and just leave her alone? She doesn't want to be bothered with you anymore. You go ahead on about your merry little way. And so they were just trying to make the drama stop. And nobody was constantly in her DMs. All they were trying to do was tell her, look, you're proving everyone right. Because these admins in these groups, in these Facebook groups, they had her back. They were blocking people left and right that were trying to warn them about Katie, saying, look, Katie is not the person that you think she is. I've seen mods say, don't talk about Katie in this group. We like Katie. Leave her alone. If you talk about her again, we're going to block you. And some people were just straight up blocked for giving their opinions about. And I don't necessarily agree with that. But in the same sense, I understand why they did it, because they didn't know KJ at that time. But they had her back. And all these mods were trying to tell her is, you're proving everyone right. Everyone that we blocked that was trying to warn us about you and how much shit you start, then that's all you're doing. And she literally didn't care. It goes in one ear and out the other. Katie has zero self-awareness, in my opinion, at all. No self-awareness.
And Letitia and the family didn't care
that for 2 or 3 weeks, Molly was screaming and yelling at me and spreading all kinds of nasty rumors about me and lying about me. And they did.
The only one who, I mean, it's not as if people have amnesia. You can't rewrite history. We don't have amnesia. We know exactly what went on. We watched it all play out. Okay. And Molly may have said some things regarding Katie, or she may have expressed her opinion about Katie and the things that Katie was doing, but Molly wasn't screaming and yelling and carrying on. It was Katie that was making Facebook post after Facebook post and causing all kinds of trouble and stirring the shit pot, just stirring. And that's it. Nobody was slandering. All people were trying to do was get her to stop, to leave Miss Letitia alone and go do your thing. That's it. And she wouldn't stop.
didn't have a problem with it. As long as I stayed quiet and just stayed focused on the goal and stayed focused on the story, they were okay with Molly berating me and belittling me.
But see, here's the thing. The only reason why, when somebody gives an opinion about you and when somebody has an opinion about you, it doesn't mean that they're belittling you. That's Katie and her huge inflated ego. Okay? She has an inflated ego. Very, very much so, as you can tell, because all of this started when they left. Okay? Anybody that would go through all of these extremes and measures to incite this hate campaign on a woman who is struggling, who is having emotional distress because her child is fighting for his life in a hospital bed, anyone who would go through these extreme measures to torture this woman like this, of course people are gonna have something to say. Of course they are. Like, duh. And that's what I'm talking about. She keeps trying to rewrite history. She's trying to Well, she's lying. She's just flat out lying. And you're acting as though people that are looking from the outside in can't see what she has been doing from day one. From day one. No, KJ, people were furious with what you were doing with Miss Letitia, Marvin Sr., Brittany, Molly, etc. The deflection with her. Exactly. She has doxed so many people, pulled out people's criminal records. It was like one thing after another. And all the admins were trying to do was get her to stop. We didn't want this type of stress. You know, they didn't want this type of stress for Miss Letitia. She was going through enough, and Katie just didn't care because her big inflated ego got bruised because they didn't want anything to do with her anymore. And see, it's funny to me. It's so obvious that every single time she spits all of these lies to her audience, to her supporters, and then some people in there are just watching her make a fool of herself and don't believe a word that she's saying. She always reads the comments to see where people's mindset is, to see if they're buying what she's selling. That's all she does. That's why you see her aggressively looking at her computer like, what are they saying? What are they saying? Are they buying what I'm selling? Are they buying what I'm selling? And it's like, no, okay. The normal average person, like I said, that has half a brain is not going to buy what you're selling because we've all watched you make a fool of yourself over your hurt ego. That's it.
Where's Mary Cottrell? Do I need to block someone? Okay, she's gone, guys. Okay. So as long as I was...
I agree with you, Steve. I agree. Here's my opinion about KJ without a crystal ball. It's one of the two absolute evil human beings I have ever personally known on YouTube. Her and Uni are literally the most detestable people I have ever known, period. I agree. Like, I don't really know Unirock, but I've been watching Katie, and it's almost as if she just cannot control herself. She has zero self-awareness. She cannot control anything about herself and cannot contain herself in any way. And that's all the admins were trying to do, was just get her to stop. That's it. Trying to protect Miss Letitia.
I'm going to delete her comment, you guys. Okay, it's gone.
So as long as I was on the train of everything was this way, I wasn't going to get any backlash, right? But the minute I started questioning things and asking questions, I was met with opposition from the admins. I was met with opposition from...
That's because people have common sense, Katie, and people know how to use their brain. And the fact that what you did was obviously very malicious on your part, because you didn't start asking these questions until Miss Letitia left you alone. Now, it'd be different if you were still talking to Miss Letitia and then you noticed things and you slowly backed away from her and respectfully backed away from her. But that's not what you did. You did not start asking any questions about anything until she left, until she told you and asked you to leave her alone. That's it. And asked you to stop the drama. It's very simple. Heather's Haven says Molly did her best to not partake in KJ's pettiness. She did, and they still are. She went a long time not even speaking of KJ, kept going too far over and over, and finally Molly would blow up. She was constantly belittled. Exactly. And what you have to understand is, at the end of the day, we're human. Okay? We're human. And when you are constantly being attacked, of course, you're only going to be able to ignore that for so long before you start responding, before your attacks start to get a reaction. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can only do that for so long. And that's how it happened, because even now, I respect the fact that they are ignoring her, because getting their attention and getting under their skin is exactly what KJ wants. I think it's amazing that all of these channels continue to call her out on her hypocrisy and her contradictions and her pure evilness. However, when it comes to people who are directly involved with this story, I do think that they should ignore her and not pay any attention to her. No matter how much she belittles, she's done enough. Molly has responded to her. And now I feel like leave it at that. Just you responded to her. Okay, go ahead on, leave her alone because that's what she wants. She wants a response. She wants a reaction. She wants to get under Molly's skin because she's jealous. She's jealous of her. And that's how jealous people are. Okay. They try to get a reaction out of you. They try to get under your skin. They try to make you feel the way that they do. And I really do feel like anyone who's directly involved with this story, just ignore her. Just keep ignoring her and keep doing your thing. That's it. Because eventually she's going to have nothing more to say. What more can she say if they're not responding? She can only do so much. And that's why I keep telling you guys, I really truly feel like she has nothing left. So she's going to continue to perpetuate the same regurgitated bullshit and adding a little bit here and there with her little twist here and her little twist there with different words like criminal organization, like stupid shit like that. And it's like, just it's not worth it to respond to her. She looks like a fool. She just does. And that's why everyone was looking at you sideways, because you didn't start asking questions until things didn't go your way. So of course people are going to look at you like, wait a minute, why are you asking all these questions now? You weren't asking these questions until, like, it's ridiculous.
Letitia from Wynette.
And then there was this constant, oh, well, the family has you blocked, which wasn't true. And I started to believe that Letitia or Wynette or someone was playing both sides, telling Molly one thing and telling me another. And
see, that's the thing. Like, you have gone to so many measures. You've even tried to cause trouble, in the family. You tried to cause trouble between Ms. Letitia and Ms. Wynette. You tried to cause chaos everywhere that you could. Everywhere.
I felt like there was someone trying to instigate drama
between us, or that Molly believed that they had blocked me when they hadn't blocked me. I couldn't figure it out. Now we know that Molly was telling people not to talk to me because we have the DMs from the admins. I posted those.
Now, see, here's the thing. You may have had the DMs from the admins. What the hell? I don't know what you're talking about. But regardless of anything, Katie, what don't you get? People have their own brain. And people are perfectly capable of making their own decisions. Molly can't tell nobody what to do. She can tell people her opinions, but she can't tell people what to do. You're trying to blame all of this on Molly, projecting everything on Molly, and it's ridiculous. People can make their own decisions, and they chose to part ways with you. They chose to leave you alone. Molly wasn't telling anybody to leave you alone. I don't even remember you coming out with any screenshots showing Molly's telling people to leave you alone. No, people just chose to leave you alone because they were watching your behavior. That's it. They watched your behavior and they're just like, I'm not messing with this girl. What don't you get? Get a clue. That's what I suggest. Get a clue.
A few days ago,
but she was trying to get people not to talk to me, which I think is just so weird. Like, but she wanted to have the exclusivity of the story. So Molly,
no, KJ, you wanted the exclusivity of this story. You did. And you made it very obvious from the very beginning. Everybody could see it. I could see it. Like anytime you tell a creator that a source only wants audio on your channel, they only want text messages on your channel, who the hell do you think is trying to have exclusivity on this story? Well, damn sure ain't Molly. It's you. You should want that audio to be on any channel. It shouldn't matter. Anytime you're watermarking a police report, that's you wanting exclusivity on this story. That's you.
Was sending text messages which said, "Don't tell Crystal Ball anything. She's not good." I didn't have a good feeling about her, and I never talked to her or watched her videos. I told Letitia to be very careful.
Well, thank you for reading that message, KJ, which makes you look like even more of a fool than I thought you were. That's not her telling people. That's not her telling people to leave you alone. That's her telling people her opinion of you. That's her telling people not stay away from her, but watch for her. Be careful with her. Okay? That's what that is. That's not stay away from her. Don't talk to her. That is her giving her opinion of you and her experience with you. That's it. There's a difference. Context matters.
Good. She's not trustworthy.
Do you think this is a good idea to update the public? What? So this is her talking to an admin. How much donations she's received.
We got into television largely because of people from Iowa. I said, we either sink like a stone or change television forever.
The university was instrumental in our success.
An update to the public on the total? No. So Molly did not want the public to know the amount of money that was made, and she was telling admins to warn to Letitia about me because she wanted control of the story. Okay. Then to sort of like amplify this and make people believe that, again, I'm the bad guy, on July 24th, she says that Wynette has contacted a lawyer and she's going to sue me because I'm obsessed.
Well, you are obsessed and you have slandered people, in my opinion. And I do think that there are a few people in this story that should contact an attorney. That's just my opinion, just from watching some of the things that you've said, some of the things that you've lied about. You have said theft by deception. Okay, you have said a lot of things that I feel are very defamatory. So I don't blame anybody for saying that. These are facts, in my opinion. You have literally slandered a lot of people in this story. Okay, so I agree with that 100%. And that is people's opinion about you. People are entitled to their own opinion about you. And just because somebody says, watch her, be careful with her, that is very true. You are not a trustworthy person. You are not a person that anybody should confide anything to, anybody should talk off the record to. You're just not that type of person that people should align themselves with.
Okay.
And then the same period of all this happening, Letitia is contacting admins and telling them that she's figured out who's talking to me. It's a dog. So she said, I found the person who's talking to Kate about you. Remember, she keeps saying the family, say death in the family, see that, this. I don't know what she meant by that. Oh, yeah. It's my son's father and his wife. I guess because I stopped the interview, they're sneaking and talking to her. I was supposed to interview them on my channel on July 9th or 10th or 11th.
It's like you tell on yourself, sweetheart. You were supposed to interview them, so that probably made you even more mad that you couldn't interview them. Like, just keep talking, girl. Keep talking.
And Letitia stopped.
There's another reason why you don't like Miss Letitia, why you keep slandering her and saying horrible things about her. Like you're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself as to why you're so salty and why you're going through this hate campaign towards this family.
I've never known Molly before this.
Ever. I've never known Molly before this. There was never a fight with Molly, nothing. Okay?
So Heather says she acts like she's in a courtroom doing her closing arguments, and we are the jury. And we, the jury, are like, and okay, what the facts, Heather. I agree. That's how she's acting. And it's like, all I want to do is say, hearsay, inadmissible, hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. Nothing that she's saying is of any truth. Even if Molly was saying those things, which she's not showing, I just truly believe that she's telling on herself here. She was going to get an interview with Miss Juanette. She was supposed to interview them. And then, people are stopping that for her. She's just mad. Very, very mad and jealous.
Okay. I'm going to not look at my comments again. Sorry. I was looking at my comments and now I'm not. So she says, it's my son's father and his wife. I guess because I stopped the interview, they're sneaking around and talking to her. It's really going to backfire on him because that's what he's not feeling. What he's not failing to realize is that he's still incarcerated. So Letitia is the one that tells admins that Marvon Sr. is incarcerated, even though he's not incarcerated. He had been incarcerated. He was in jail in the fall of 2021, awaiting sentencing on a aggravated STAL.
But we know all of this because you already put this out on your channel. But like I said, it's the same regurgitated bullshit.
KING charge and a probation violation. And once he went to sentencing in February, then he was sent to a rehab. So he was under the care of probation and he transferred directly from jail to this facility. And the stipulation was that if he didn't finish the program, he would go back to jail. Okay. But she calls it incarcerated. That was her word. And she said, I'm trying to
protect him, but now he's opened those doors himself. So the implication was that because they were talking to me, she had been guarding a secret about them, but she was willing to put that out there if need be. But then when I put it out there that there might have been a reason why Dre might have had concerns about him and revealed details about his charges, I was then accused by the same admins that Letitia's saying that his background is fair game of going after the father. Okay. So Letitia was fine as long as it suited her. But when I did it, it wasn't okay. I was going after the father. Even though Letitia and the admins knew about this background and they were intentionally withholding it from the public. And I think for some people, they might have had a different opinion about the situation had they known the full details about people's backgrounds. And
people's background isn't any of anybody else's business. Okay? It did backfire on Von's father and stepmother, right, KJ? Right, like what you're saying is ridiculous because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I don't feel like somebody's background matters in this situation. And it doesn't matter because you're actually the one who put out there all of Marvon Sr.'s criminal background. Okay? You're the one who did that.
And I know I would have too.
Okay? Then there was a group of messages where this is July 25th. And Letitia is at this point aware of what Molly's doing and says that she knows that Molly is prolonging the audience to get more money, and she's not stupid. And she did later appear on Molly's channel, so I do apologize, like that's true. And she has appeared on Molly's channel since, which again, I think as long as money's being made, it's okay for a lot of people, in my opinion. So Tony, the admin, says, do you plan to go on Molly's live tonight? And she said, Letitia says, she keeps trying to get me on, and I told her I was in church, and I never said, wait for me. See, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why I was curious and asked because you said you was coming on. That's what Tony says. And Letitia responded, she's prolonging that's audience, which means what the more people, the more money. I'm not stupid. I'm sorry, my trust is out the window. Excuse my language.
I fast forwarded because that's just the same regurgitated bullshit that's already on her channel. What the hell is she doing?
For you, I can. Says Kate, when I'm done, look like sisters. Are they bad? Let me look. I don't know. I think it's the angle, to be honest. But I don't really go after people's appearances. I'm sorry.
KJ, you are the fucking biggest liar I've ever seen in my life. Like, literally. Girl, bye. You make fun of everybody's looks. Hold on, I'll rewind it. Hold on.
Audience, so that Molly can profit off the story. Okay? And that she knows she's dragging this out to make more money. Then Letitia says, I'm almost done with service, but I'm still not coming on.
Hold on, I went too far.
And Tony says, okay, you do what you feel. Says Kate. Okay. Until my eyebrows look like sisters. Are they bad? Let me look.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I think it's the angle, to be honest.
Well, if she was smart, a classic, well, maybe not. I mean, maybe smart has nothing to do with what we makeup artists say is eyebrows are sisters, not twins. So yeah, there's some days my eyebrows are looking, different than one another, but they're sisters, not twins. But she just probably doesn't know that.
Honest, but I don't really go after people's appearances. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're lying. Do you remember when you talked about Tati and her appearances and her makeup and how she looks? Do you remember just a week ago you were talking about Dre's appearances and sitting there calling her a drag queen and saying that she looks horrible and you don't like her hair, you don't like the wigs that she wears, you don't like how she does her, you don't remember that? So is that not making fun of people's appearances to you, KJ? Get a clue. Without a fucking clue.
Okay, that was removed. I'm thirsty. Give me a second. Do I need to fix them?
Damn right you're thirsty. You're thirsty for the AdSense revenue. You're thirsty for changing narratives. You're thirsty for causing chaos. You're thirsty for changing everyone's opinions. You're thirsty for it all. You really are. But you don't need any pop, whatever it is that you're drinking. You need some Gatorade, Haterade, whatever.
For you, I can. I'll do that right now. Hold on.
First of all, let me tell you something. If people talk about my eyebrows all the time, and I could really give a fuck less because I like my eyebrows and I still stick with my 2015 eyebrows and the contouring and all that shit. And people like to talk about my eyebrows. And if somebody came in the comments and said your eyebrows don't match, I'd say, okay, we'll either look at them or leave. I would never fix my eyebrows just to, like, I don't give a shit about what people think, but you can tell that KJ does. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a very jealous person. You need to look within yourself and find some confidence, because there's no reason as to why you would fix your eyebrows just because people in the comments are saying so. Be confident in yourself. But you're not confident in yourself because you wouldn't make fun of other people's looks and you just blatantly lied and said you don't talk about people's looks when you do. What about that, which I'm trying to find, I'm going to find that video. That video that you did where you were critiquing, but really you were talking badly about a lady who was doing a get ready with me. She's a Christian, so of course you were being extremely brutal towards this lady. And you were literally making fun of that lady so badly. It was sick. It was sickening, KJ. But you don't make fun of people's looks, right? Thank you so much for the super chat. Is it Hemplants? Thank you so much. It says maybe KJ is like a 10-second Tom from 51st Dates. I love that movie. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. And your doggy is so cute.
I would hate for my eyebrows to distract you. Thankfully, I have my brow wiz right here. Yeah, I'll fix them though. I'll always fix them. Make sure I lick it first. I will fix them. Whoops. Should I lick it too, just to piss you guys off? I did my best. Okay. Just, okay. I'll do my best. I tried. I think it's just the, okay. But I will. I mean, if you hate my eyebrows, I will fix them. Okay, anyways, moving on. Okay, long story short. Lick the pen. Excellent eyebrows. Okay. Anyways, I guess people are divided on my eyebrows. So, you guys are you're entitled to have feelings about my eyebrows. I try not to go after people's appearances, but that's just me. Sometimes I'll comment on people's clothes, generally, if they're like cute. Or I'll comment about the oppressiveness of like fundamentalism, but whatever. Anyways. So anyways, it's interesting that they would like say that while I'm reading receipts from Letitia. Okay, so anyways, she says, I'm almost done with service, but I'm still not going to come on. So she was going to answer questions in the group. Then on July 29th, Letitia sends the admins this. Y'all see the mess, I guess. Molly them didn't mention the Jacksons too much because Wynette called in with her fake sympathy. She has my number. She texts me all this other mess. This is a very good question. I think it was Letitia's mother that passed years ago, but I believe Wynette's mother just passed away. So again, my condolences to her.
You'll see me skim through this a little bit because all this is the same regurgitated bullshit that she keeps spewing. You already have this shit on your channel or on your Facebook where you showed all of these messages. Like I said, that's all she's doing at this point. But in the same sense, you're going to sit there and say your condolences to Miss Wynette, but yet you put out private messages that she sent to you the day she lost her mother. So you can give a fuck less about Ms. Wynette or her family for you to do something like that and put her through that even more trauma than she's already going through. And Ms. Wynette is in our prayers. But to me, it's just an insult for you to say condolences to her, even if you didn't know, which I don't put it past you that you did know, but even if you didn't know when you put out those private messages, those private videos that she sent to you, where she probably asked you not to ever expose them publicly, you put those out the same day she lost her mother, and you seriously can say, my condolences. You don't give a shit about nobody, because if you did, you would never have put those out in the first place. You have no respect. Shit, you don't got no respect for yourself. So how are you going to have respect for anybody else?
The admin, a couple of the admins, I believe Mary and maybe Gigi, that have handed over a lot of their information. So the admins, some of the admins in this case, have been trying to set the record straight. They don't believe things are on the up and up, and they've been trying to question things, and it hasn't been working so much. So,
well, I don't know these admins, but what I will say is that you are the last person that should be speaking for these admins. If these admins have questions, then they can speak for themselves. Okay? They should speak for themselves. You should not be the person that's speaking on their behalf. Period. You are the least credible person here on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, any fucking social media platform. You have no credibility. So if they really want or have questions and they want to say something, they need to say something speak up for themselves, or find somebody who's credible to speak on their behalf, not somebody like you. I don't believe anything that you're saying. Not sure why they chose to disclose all of their private messages. I don't agree with that. I'll never agree with that. The only way that I would ever be resorted to releasing private messages is if my integrity was compromised. That's it. And that means if people were trying to lie on me and say that I said something that I didn't say that was very, very hurtful or anything like that, then yes, I would. But it would have to be something very extreme for me to ever release private messages, because I have integrity and I have respect for other people, even if I may not like them. I do have enough respect to keep messages private, period. That's not my place. But like I said, if it came down to it, it would be a last resort situation for me. But with Katie, it doesn't matter what the situation is. As long as it benefits her, she's releasing whatever it is that she has on the record or off the record is on the record to her, everything. And it's like, just like Steve said, off the record is on the record to you. Okay. But at the end of the day, any journalist or reporter is always going to know that you don't do people like that. You don't screw people over like that, because in the future you may want to interview them and you just ruin your chances of ever having any kind of contact with them. And it's exactly what happened with Miss Letitia. They seen you for who you are and they chose to part ways. I don't care what Ms. Letitia's saying to this person, that I don't give a shit, because it all was supposed to be private anyway, and people say things privately. They do. But you don't, Katie, because nothing's private with you. So you always watch what you say for the most part. So you better hope like hell, okay? Because karma is a bitch. You better hope like hell that people that you didn't let your guard down with and chose to speak privately to, you better hope like hell that they never put your messages out there. But it will happen because you do it to so many people.
They provided information
over to the page Nonsense, who, by the way, is not me. And then Nonsense shared those with me. And Nonsense on her own page.
This Nonsense channel may not be you, but it's somebody who is affiliated with you. I find it very coincidental how somebody would come out with a channel that is continuing to perpetuate slandering Ms. Letitia, Ms. Wynette, all of those. It doesn't add up to me. It's too coincidental. So therefore, you're affiliated with that channel. Even if it's not you, you helped start it or something. That's just my opinion, though.
Basically told you guys that, like, listen, I gave these to Katie because I want to share information, because the more people that learn about this, the better. It's called working together. I believe it was, oh, thank you, Sandy. So anyways, I put a bunch of this out earlier. And then I had placed a video out of not true. I did not know her mother had passed away. And the video that I put out was that she videotaped a phone in the hospital room.
Actually, you may not have known, and I wouldn't put it past you if you did know, okay? But you may not have known, but it doesn't matter. You don't do things like that. Just like Goose just said, you were begged not to put out that video, but you did it anyway. You did it anyway. And then you tried to flip the narrative and say, well, the same thing that they're crucifying Dre for, they did the exact same thing. However, they sent you that video privately. They sent it to you privately. Okay? Everything that Dre did was public. Purposely. Dre went public with Vaughn in a coma, taking selfies, things like that. That's what brought everybody's attention to this case for the most part. So regardless of anything, whether you didn't know or you did know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hold on, I gotta reshare my screen again.
Wasn't like a horrible thing. So I'm sorry again, but I did not know that. People like to imply intentions to what I do when I don't have an intention or didn't know.
Once again, Katie, it doesn't matter if you didn't know. You should never have done that. That was the lowest of the low. They sent that video to you because they thought that they could trust you at the time. Okay? And for you to put that video out publicly and blast them like that is disgusting. That video was meant just for you. And maybe they may have sent that to somebody else, but you don't know that. And it doesn't matter if you knew or not, which, like I said, I wouldn't put it past you if you knew about it and did it anyway. But you could give a shit less about anybody but yourself.
Okay, so
interestingly, in the middle of all of this, while all of this is still going on, Unirock has been covering this on his channel, Rock a Lot, which is like a smaller live streaming channel that he has on.
Unirock is covering this, which I feel is bullshit. You sent him all of your information. However, he doesn't know what you withheld. He doesn't know what your motives or intentions are, because if he would do his research, he would see that your motive is to hurt and verbally and mentally attack this family and abuse this family, in my opinion. So, because if he did research, he would know that for himself. It's not as if he doesn't know how you are as a person, Katie. So his whole coverage on this is bullshit because nobody's talking about it. The Cash App, everything is closed. There's no more donations. Everybody got their donations back. And neither one of you has proven otherwise. You're trying to say people didn't get their donations back? Well, prove it. Ask questions, you guys. You know, at least if you're gonna be a supporter of Katie, at least question. Just ask questions. Ask for proof. Don't just take something that's thrown at you and let people insult your intelligence. Use your critical thinking and ask for proof. His live streams have so much misinformation I can't even watch. Exactly. Things are left out to perpetuate their narrative, and he's just helping KJ do it for views, clicks, and revenue. Period.
YouTube, Rock a Lot, Uni and I have like a long
history and we don't really get along, but he is putting out this story. And so I had been providing him information to.
You don't get along, right? The two of you don't get along, but the two of you will collab together, okay? And contribute. He will contribute with you and enable your bullying, because that's what he's doing. He's literally enabling your horrible, evil behavior, Katie. That's all he's doing. He's literally he's just regurgitating the same shit that you are. Steve says Unirock knows KJ is dishonest. Unirock does not care. He is KJ 2.0, if not worse in some ways. He is a hired troll for anyone who pays him. Told you, she has disdain. Is it disdain for him? Absolutely, but they'll collab to hurt people though. As long as he joins in to contribute to Katie's continuous bullying, cyberbullying, and all that stuff, they'll collab to do something like that.
sort of help him in his narration of it, just giving him details of the situation because he is coming into this late in the game. But on one of his videos, Letitia made a comment which said, I understand that everyone hates me for some reason or another, and that's fine, but leave Marvon and the...
Have a good night, Goose. Get some rest, and I hope you feel better, sweetie. Okay.
rest of my children out of this.
I work so that I can handle what I can handle, I will. And when everyone is back in their daily life, my son will still be my son and children will still be my children. Please leave us alone. I'm begging. So now that people are questioning her, she doesn't want anyone to talk about Vaughn. when she's the one that's been on these channels for weeks and weeks and weeks talking about Vaughn.
What exactly is it that you didn't get with that comment, Katie? You're not talking about Vaughn. You're not talking about this story like you once were, where you saw the same things that all the rest of us creators did. What is it that you don't get about that comment? All she's saying is leave them alone, quit bullying them, quit trying to accuse them of being frauds, quit trying to accuse them of using this story for revenue, for money. That is all she's asking. To quit accusing them and making these horrible accusations and bullying them. That's what she means. She doesn't mean she can't stop creators from talking about this story when it comes to Dre and all of the videos that she's put out there. She's talking about quit accusing them of things that you have no proof of, and the fact that she does work. Ms. Letitia is a hard worker, so therefore, whoever asks for refunds are going to get them back regardless. And that's what she meant. There is no fraud here. Nobody is being taken advantage of in any way, shape, or form. At the end of the day, Vaughn is still going to be in the hospital. He's still going to be in a coma. He's still fighting for his life. And you guys are not taking that into consideration at all because you're too busy cyberbullying and making false accusations. And she's asking you to stop because it's stressful. No matter what, my advice would be to Miss Letitia to stay off YouTube, ignore. But it's hard to do that sometimes, you guys, because once somebody starts calling you these things, you want to be like, what are they saying next? What is she accusing me of today? You know, it's hard to ignore when somebody's accusing you of those types of things. So she's begging you to leave them alone. Quit accusing them of something that's not true, that you have no proof of. Just leave her the hell alone. Exactly.
On making this whole situation public. So if anyone has a question, then they can't talk about her son, Vaughn.
But you're not talking about Vaughn. You're talking about Ms. Letitia, Ms. Juanette, her family, Ms. Letitia's family, all of them together, and you're accusing them of being frauds. You know, and of course, I would always suggest for Ms. Letitia to ignore Katie, ignore Unirock, but in the same sense, still try to keep track of some things she's saying, because guess what? This can be used against Katie. You can't go around calling people frauds and say theft by deception and all of these things and think there's no consequences to your actions. So yes, in that sense, yes, keep track of the things that she's doing, but in the same sense, how hard is it to just leave them alone? You don't have any proof that they are doing anything malicious. You don't. And you're making these horrible accusations, and she's just asking to be left alone. That's it. It's not that she cares that people's talking about, you know, the story and their opinions about Dre and the videos and things like that, critiquing that. You can't stop creators from doing that. And that's not what she's asking. You are attacking this woman every day. You're attacking her character with no proof.
Attorneys for $2,800, and she said that it wasn't for, she said it was for phone calls. I didn't say it was for one phone call. That's a lot of talking on the phone to an attorney, though. Just to give you an understanding of like.
And it's none of your damn business how much she's talking on the phone with an attorney. It's none of your business anymore about the refunds. It's none of your business anymore about anything, because you asked for a refund, KJ. So it's none of your business.
Me, I have attorneys. I had 1.2 hours of communication with my attorneys last month. That's it. So
you don't get to compare your communications with your attorneys compared to Ms. Letitia and her attorneys. For one, it's none of your business, again. And for two, every situation is different and everyone needs to talk to their attorney for different reasons. Your situation has nothing to do with Ms. Letitia's. Okay? You idiot.
You're racking up a bill of $2,800.
Supposedly, that's a lot of hours on the phone with an attorney. Okay. So obviously, instead of responding to these concerns, the attack is that Katie is a liar. Katie's doing this intentionally to hurt people. Katie's the only person that called Dre a murderer.
Yes, Katie, you're a liar. Yes, you are doing this maliciously to attack this family because they parted ways with you and you are fucking hurt over it. Your ego is hurt. You can't take it. You're jealous of everyone who is in direct contact with Miss Letitia and her family. You're trying to seek revenge. You're also trying to get attention from Dre. Yes, you are the one who is orchestrating this attack and you are the one who is maliciously inciting chaos and destruction.
Everyone else is wrong. Katie's wrong. We're all right. And it's like dogpiling on me because they already hate me. So it's easy for them not to like me.
Poor Katie, she's always the victim. Everybody's attacking her. She's the one who is being attacked. Everything's being questioned. Everyone hates her. Well, if you quit giving everyone a reason to dislike you, maybe they would like you. Maybe you would have some type of credibility. Okay, not even credibility, but maybe at least one person will like you. Like, it is what it is. Like, you are not the victim here, Katie. You brought this all on yourself, and I hope people continue to question every single thing that you do. And I'm not going to stop calling you out because your whole behavior throughout this whole story from day one has been gross.
Yeah, the dog emojis. I know.
I'm going to honestly agree with Manny on the mic and say that the dog laying in the background is more appealing to watch than Katie. Okay? That's just my opinion. I'd rather watch the dog and him being relaxed and comfortable and in his own world than watch Katie sit here and spew her bullshit and lies. Thank you so much for the super chat. Is it okay? Him plants. How are you, sweetie? They were all donations and therefore it wasn't anyone's business how they spent the donated money. Love your commentary. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to have you guys here, but we're almost done because like I said, it's the same regurgitated bullshit, but thank you so much for the super chat. Love you. And I'm glad that you enjoy my commentary.
I actually need a second here how do I actually need to do something really quick. And that. So my other thing that I wanted to point out is that instead of actually like answering the questions and dealing with the situation at hand, there's just been a lot of like anyone that's trying to tell the whole story is attacked, doxxed, berated.
Funny how you're saying that, which again, it's deflection. You're trying to deflect and project when you're the only one who has doxed. You're the only one who has dug up everyone's past criminal records, including creators. You're the only one who has threatened creators with lawsuits. You're the only one who maliciously keeps attacking this family. So therefore, quit lying. Everyone knows that you're the only one who's been doing this on your Facebook, probably 50,000 times a day on your Facebook. You have so much information on your Facebook that it's literally hard to keep up. And you are the one who continues to say, everyone who tells the story, they're not answering questions. Well, here's an answer to your question, Katie. Nobody has to prove shit to you because you asked for your refund and everyone got their refund back. There's your answers. Okay? So now move on.
Or scenes are created of deflective behavior in order to deflect from the situation.
No, the only one who's deflecting is you. You keep deflecting towards Molly, deflecting towards Miss Letitia, deflecting towards Miss Wynette. Everyone is a deflection, yet you somehow become the shiny victim and everyone's attacking you because they hate you so bad, but you've done nothing wrong throughout this entire thing, right? It's everyone else. There is no deflecting. You are exactly, Steve. You're the queen of doxing. You're ignorant. You have no class, no self-awareness whatsoever. And you have really showed your true colors with this case, especially even with the Black Lives Matter movement, because you have literally attacked Vaughn as well, a person who can't speak for himself, who is in a hospital fighting for his life. And all Miss Letitia is asking is to be left alone. This isn't deflection. It's that you keep perpetuating this narrative that's not true. She has a right to ask to be left alone, but yet you're not capable of doing it because you want to keep yourself inserted in this story for different reasons every single day. So today and yesterday's reason is you're trying to get in touch with Trey or her admins or mods.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I have so much respect for you, Katie, because, oh, hold on. You're level-headed and you're new and you're never screaming or being a Looney Tune. If you make a mistake or speak something that you learned wasn't true, you always come up live and admit that you were wrong and never bash anyone. I truly respect you. Well,
first of all, I would ask that person who said that to Katie, are you new? Are you new? Have you not did your research on Katie? You have to be new. You have to be just walking in and seeing this woman because she is not anything that you just said. Sorry. She has not been honest with this story. Her motives have been malicious from the very beginning. This is all AdSense revenue to her. That's all she cares about. And it's obvious that you're either new or you're not using your brain. Okay? Just because she hasn't went off and yelled doesn't mean shit. She has doxed, lied, brought up people's criminal records, threatened to sue people when the only person who should be sued, in my opinion, is KJ because she's spreading false narratives and she is attacking and defaming. Okay? Derogatory remarks, everything.
thank you. Okay, so let's continue. So a lot of the stuff that's coming out now is just a lot of people that were already in the anti-KJ community that have joined this madness in order to try to paint me as the evil one. And because
you can sit here and talk about the anti-KJ community, which I kind of disagree with that. I think it's just a lot of people who dislike you, Katie, and a lot of people who think you're very dangerous and trying very hard to bring awareness to your dangerous behavior, because there are a lot of people online that go through a lot of mental issues. You don't know what people are going through behind closed doors. And like I said, with this case, you have proven what an evil person you are, because no matter what it is that you think of Miss Letitia, at the end of the day, she's still going through a very tough time. And you have continuously, maliciously attacked this woman and said very defamatory things. So therefore, you are the only one who continues to do the same thing over and over and over again. I don't necessarily look at it as anti-KJ. And nobody has teamed up. People have watched your behavior and they're just calling you out on it. That's it. It's not about anybody teaming up and we all wanted to get together and say you're horrible. But let me tell you something. This creator right here, me, referring to myself as a third person, I am credible. Okay? I do own up to my mistakes. I do not attack people for their looks. I do not treat people like garbage like you do. I do not treat people as if they're not a human being with feelings. I do not do anything that you do. And I have watched you hurt so many people along with so many other creators. It's not them banding together to attack you. It is that they are calling you out on your bullshit, messy behavior and dangerous behavior. I will never forget what Llama Girl said when I first, and Llama Girl's always listed in my description, by the way. If you want to watch anything about KJ, all you have to do is go to Llama Girl's channel, and she has everything. Like I said to you guys, me watching her is one view. However, it's a lot better, than 361 of you going over there and watching her yourselves. But with Llama Girl, she has everything that you could possibly need on KJ. And I'll never forget what Llama Girl said to me when I asked her. I said, we were just talking, and talking about how we just don't think that KJ is a nice person. And Llama Girl has said, and it stuck with me, she's like, she's going to hurt somebody one day. And I agree with her. She is. You just don't know the people that you're hurting. You don't know the people that you're maliciously attacking. You don't know what they're going through. And she doesn't care. She doesn't care who she steps on to get to the top. I have always said that about KJ. But where do you go when you get to the top, especially when you've stepped on people to get there? You're going straight to the bottom.
I'm trying to set the record straight and show you the truth and show you what's happening behind the scenes. Well, I wasn't even trying to look at this video, but one of my followers sent me a clip of Charlotte, who is Charlotte on the web, who literally hates me. Her whole channel is built on hating me. All of her videos.
Yeah, I'm going to defend Charlotte in that aspect because I don't think Charlotte hates Katie. Charlotte is also one of the many people that thinks that Katie's behavior is problematic, and Katie is a very dangerous person here on the internet. That's what Scarlett thinks, I'm sure. Might not be exactly what she thinks, but I'm sure that the reason why she does the videos that she does on KJ is not because she hates her, but it's just to bring awareness and if you can save one person from getting involved with Katie Joy, it's worth it. It's worth it. I'm sure there are many people that come in Charlotte's comments that tell her, thank you so much for bringing awareness about her. I never seen it, and I'm so happy that you're doing this because she could have hurt me too. When you're watching somebody hurt others countless times, you feel like you want to step in and do something, and especially when you have your own platform. And Katie is the last person to talk about anybody's channel that's directly about one person, because her whole channel is about the Duggars, in my opinion. Every now and then she'll do videos about somebody else, but it's about the Duggars. You don't know how the Duggars feel about you doing that. Every day it's videos of speculation about the Duggars or lies, in my opinion. So therefore, people have just as much right to do videos about you, KJ.
Those are about me. She's monetized off me. She has no incentive to ever agree with me because her channel is built on people that don't like me. So her whole goal is.
And one of the reasons why you continue to attack Charlotte is because Charlotte is growing and continues to grow, KJ. And I'm sure half of those people that are subscribed to her have literally been supporters of yours and chose to see you for who you truly are. And just because Charlotte has a channel that's dedicated to you, KJ, at the end of the day, you're sitting here saying she got monetized off of you and she's earning money off of your name. Well, you earn money off of the Duggars name. You're a total hypocrite. You can't talk about one thing and talk about what somebody else does when you do the exact same thing on your channel. Stop talking about the Duggars and maybe people will stop talking about you. But I doubt it, because you're never going to stop hurting people. And as long as you're hurting people and treating people like trash and dehumanizing people, people are going to continue to talk about you. It is what it is.
Is to insert herself into everything that I do and take the opposing opinion so that she can be contrarian to me and find a way to aggravate and rile up her audience so that.
And just to let you know, Katie, the big words that you use does not make you look or sound intelligent. I just want to tell you that. You definitely have a small mind, in my opinion. But when you were covering this, when you first started covering this story, everyone agreed with you. Okay? Nobody decided to take the opposing opinion just because you had a difference of opinion in the beginning, and then you conveniently changed your opinion when the family parted ways with you. But at the end of the day, everyone agreed with you until you started calling and accusing Dre of schmurder. Once you started accusing Dre of schmurder, people started calling you out like, you cannot do that. You do not know if this woman is. However, most creators that I've watched, including Charlotte, agreed with you when they said there's definitely something not right about this case. Many creators, like, no matter what, we as creators have minds of our own, of course. And just because we don't like you, and I'm going to speak for myself here, but I will say, I'm sure most creators feel the same way. Just because I don't like you doesn't mean that I didn't agree with you when you were honestly in the beginning just looking at this story and looking at videos and saying, this isn't right. Something's not right. However, when you conveniently changed your story because your ego got hurt, that's when people started looking at you sideways, because most people have integrity. They can stand by their words. You, on the other hand, KJ, cannot. You can't stand by your words because you will change your story and flip narratives to benefit yourself. And obviously, you changed your narrative because the narrative you initially had didn't benefit you anymore. So you had to change your narrative. You had to change your narrative because it benefits you more if you can get a hold of Dre, get a hold of her admin, speak to them, get an interview with Dre. That's what benefits you now. So that's when creators started calling you out saying, what the fuck? Why are you attacking this family? What proof do you have that they're frauds? Why do you keep doing this? Just leave them alone.
That they can hate me more. That's sort of what she does and what she's been doing for years. She'll take the opposing side of stories that she shouldn't be taking the opposing side for and defend people that shouldn't be defended. But she does it because she hates me and believes that I'm wrong about everything. So while I was still kind of pushing this narrative and supporting the family, Charlotte was taking the exact opposite position. She was telling people that it might be a scam, Letitia might be scamming her. This is on July 18th. Even Cece Suarez, Cece, who said that she wasn't talking to Charlotte or anyone for that matter that was hating me or a troll, which is false. She's in Charlotte's chat in this video. She's openly spoke about her love for Charlotte, and she actively engages with other people in the anti-KJ community. So if you were expecting a deep dive that was objective and not...
I just want to make sure that you are aware, KJ, because your ego is so big there. I don't look at people who dislike you as an anti-KJ community, okay? You're not relevant enough to have a whole community dedicated to disliking you just because you're KJ, okay? No, sorry. You can't get away with that one. You are not that... You're not that big of a creator to have a whole community dedicated to disliking you. You have people, including creators, that think you are dangerous. They think you are toxic. They think that a lot of people feel strongly that you don't belong on the internet because of your toxic behavior and the way that you treat people. But to think that you have an anti-KJ community, get over yourself, sweetheart. You're not freaking Tati. You're not Emily Baker. Okay? You're not 10 to Life. You don't have an anti-community. You're not relevant enough. So get over yourself again.
Filled with misinformation. You probably wouldn't have gotten that from her video. And I heard that she said, someone said that she said that I yell at my kid a lot. Well, every parent gets yells from time to time, but we really do work hard not to yell. But you know what? Sometimes parents yell.
I wish we didn't. And anyways, that was like, I'm a bad parent, I guess. Which, anyways, I don't think she has any kids. So I don't really take stock in that. So on July 18th of 2022, they were watching a video about Molly and Leslie bitching about some information that I had put out. A source had contacted me and they didn't want to work with Molly, and they had specifically just asked that the content go out on my channel. And I'd only reached out to Molly to just tell her, like, hey, heads up, I have this audio that's coming out. Please let me put it out on my channel first before you say anything.
Nice try. And if you hear an echo, that's just because I forgot to press mute. But nice try, KJ. That's not true. That's not what you said to Molly. I remember that day as clear as day. Along with so many other people, you messaged Molly and said, my sources are very picky about where this audio is going to be played, and they only want it played on my channel. Can you bring your audience over to my channel to watch this audio? That's what you said. You didn't say that your sources didn't care where the audio was at. You specifically said your sources only want it on your channel. So miss me with the bullshit. We all know what you said. You're lying again. Okay?
Just so people can see it. The source was very specific about that. And I didn't care if once it was out, people reacted to it by any means. The source.
Well, I can bet if somebody took that audio and had it on their channel, you would strike them. And I'd be really surprised if you didn't. Maybe people did take the audio and put it on their channel. I don't know. But what I will say is that is another lie that you're telling, because even the sources said, probably weeks after, once they spoke to Molly, that they told you they didn't care where the audio was played. They weren't specific about it. They just said they wanted to remain anonymous. So you could have easily said to Molly, hey, Molly, I'm going to play this audio on my channel, and then I'm going to pass it over to you to play it on your channel. How are you going to sit there and say your sources wanted the audio played on your channel just so people can watch it? They could watch it anywhere. Molly has a big audience too. But you didn't want it that way. You were the one that was trying to take over this case from the very beginning. You wanted to be the main one that the family talked to. You wanted to have all the exclusives on your channel. It became a competition to you. And it became so much of a competition that you started lying like you always do. Okay? And you said CPS was involved with Dre, and that they gave her 10 days to comply to taking the children to the doctors. That's when everybody was like, how would you know that? And people started saying they couldn't confirm, because there's no way that you could have possibly known that. But that's what you do. You sensationalize, you fabricate, because that's what you do. And people started looking at you sideways like, I don't know about this girl. You do it to yourself. You are your own worst enemy. Not the anti-KJ community, not Charlotte, not Cece, no one else. You are your own worst enemy, because literally everything that you say, you contradict yourself, your hypocrisy, like you even tell on yourself. Why not try something different and tell the truth?
First, just wanted to make sure that it was all like in one place on my channel. I was trying to honor their request. Molly didn't like that. I was trying to be transparent with her, and
they didn't want it all in one place. because they ended up saying all they wanted was to remain anonymous. They didn't care where the audio was played, if it was played on Katie's channel, Molly's channel, they didn't care. They just wanted to remain anonymous, and they were very clear about that. But you wanted to make sure that everything stayed on your channel so you can get all the clicks and views and revenue for the video.
And trying not to start drama. Apparently that started drama with her. So they are discussing that in the video, but Charlotte stops it, and this is what she says. Hold on.
I agree. Cece says, I wouldn't be surprised if Molly got scammed by the mom. When Molly was messaging or trying to message the stepmom, and the stepmom gave her cash app and stuff, but said it wasn't about the money. And then she said that she couldn't, she had pictures of her with Vaughn in the hospital, but she couldn't release them because of HIPAA. I mean, I don't know. Something just seems off there to me.
So Cece left a comment in the chat on Charlotte's page, which says, can you see it? It's kind of blurry. It's her chat, and it says, I wouldn't be surprised if Molly got scammed by the mom. So that was on July 18th. Cece was calling, and she called Molly a clown. It's kind of blurry. It's her chat, and it says, I wouldn't be surprised if Molly got scammed by the mom. So that was on July 18th.
So what is your point of bringing up, and yes, I remember Molly said she couldn't confirm, and that's what made KJ even more pissed off when she talked about the CPS. That's what I mean by creators started looking at her sideways because of that. You can't make those type of accusations with no proof to back it up. But here's the thing. If Charlotte and Cece had that opinion, they're 100% entitled to their opinion. They're 100% entitled to have questions. But that's deflection. That's deflection. That's all you're doing is deflecting on Cece and Charlotte. Okay? Because at the end of the day, Cece and Charlotte were not working with this family, and they can ask any questions that they want to. But you, KJ, were working directly with the family, and you didn't start asking questions until after the family didn't want anything to do with you. That's when you started asking questions. This isn't about Charlotte and Cece. They can have as many questions as they want to. This is about you, KJ, and your malicious intent to attack the family. Period.
Cece was calling, and she called Molly a clown.
I seen Cece's video about Dre when she first did the story, because she's done a couple of stories about Dre, because Dre is an MLM for paparazzi. And I remember at the end of the video, Cece said, Molly, and without a crystal ball, you need to get your shit together. That's her opinion. Cece has nothing to do with the shit that you're doing, KJ. Cece is allowed to have her opinion, but here's something that's very important. Okay? She said, without a crystal ball and Molly. She didn't just say Molly. I'm pretty sure Cece thinks you're a clown too. Just saying.
So, yeah.
Sorry, you guys. Notice Cece and Charlotte questioned the donations, but what they didn't do was go after the family like you did because they are not crazy and entitled and a brat. Exactly. Exactly. And Cece has been very, very transparent about her feelings when it comes to Without a Crystal Ball and Molly. She has very blatantly said that she doesn't like the way they're handling the case. I don't know if she said it in those words, but she did say that. So therefore, this isn't about Cece or Charlotte. That's deflection. This is about KJ. KJ is the problem, okay? Because she's so entitled, because she thinks that nobody is allowed to part ways with her. She's the problem, and she didn't start asking any questions until the family left. So therefore, this has nothing to do with Cece or Charlotte and their questions that they had. This is about KJ and how she conveniently started asking questions when it didn't benefit her anymore, when the family didn't benefit her anymore.
And I don't really care about any of that. Like, I'm just trying to show you that, like, the players that are trying to say that I'm like the bad person, this is what she said.
She says, I wouldn't be surprised if Molly got scammed by the mom. Cece
It was a scam. But now that I'm trying to show you the truth, she's going to tell you the total opposite.
But here's the thing, and you played that twice for what? That this is a deflection. This has nothing to do with Charlotte. Charlotte and Cece are entitled to ask as many questions as they want to. This is about you, KJ. Okay? You're the one who chose to attack the family maliciously and all of these things. That's not what Cece and Charlotte are doing. So quit deflecting and projecting, okay? And own up to your shit and leave this family alone.
Because my audience that hates me believes that everything I say is a lie. So she has to take the polar opposite side. She literally.
But everything you are saying is a lie. All you're doing now is manipulating your audience by trying to deflect onto Charlotte and Cece, when Charlotte and Cece wasn't directly involved with the family. Charlotte and Cece aren't attacking the family right now. You are. So what are you talking about? Stop with your bullshit deflection, okay? It's not working. So because they had some questions, what does that have to do with you? You didn't start asking questions until after the family left. And guess what? If you were still working next to the family, you wouldn't have no questions, period. You would still be talking about this case, still making videos, still earning money, okay? Going live, getting super chats on YouTube. That's what you would be doing, okay? Thank you so much, Jennifer. It says, bravo, you really are the Camille Vasquez of this case, and you guide us to use our own minds to see the truth and recognize the absurdities of KJ. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. I love you. That means a lot to me. I didn't know that this video was going to be so long, but we're almost done, I promise.
It makes her living off of this, and so she can't take my side ever. She gets a lot of backlash if she ever defends me.
First of all, that's a lie. She doesn't get backlash if she defends you, I'm sure. And second of all, I'm going to tell you right now, sweetheart, that your ego is huge, like way, way, way too big. You shouldn't have this huge ego with how many subscribers that you have, for how long you've been here on YouTube. Your whole revenue on your channel is because of the Duggars. So you don't have any room to talk about anybody else. And I cannot believe that you're trying to compare yourself to Charlotte and Cece because they had questions. You never had any questions. It's how many times do I have to say this over and over again? Like, you literally look like a fool, Katie. You really, really do. If you think Because I can see the adrenaline rush in you when you played what Charlotte said. You can see the adrenaline rush and how you're breathing all heavy and shit. You can see that, like all hot and bothered, but yet still happy because you can prove that somebody else had questions. But here's the thing. It has nothing to do with you. Anybody who uses their own brain, I'm telling you, you look like a fool. Okay? You look like a fool. And Charlotte's channel can be all about you all day long till the cows come home, okay? Nobody cares. You don't have any right to talk about anybody else when your whole channel is based upon one family, in my opinion. You have more videos on the Duggars than any other family or creator that you've ever covered. Period.
It's kind of like if I were to get on my channel and defend Josh Duggar. I mean, who would ever do that?
And you know, she was defending people that were convicted of crimes before everything happened. Yeah. So
is that the information that you wanted to give us? You just basically wanted to let us know that Charlotte had a couple questions and Cece had questions. Like I said, you look like a fool, okay? That video that you just played of Charlotte saying that has nothing to do with you. I don't understand why you would even play that. It just makes you look even more like a fool. But I'm glad you did this because now people can see how much you're trying to deflect even more. How you're trying to deflect on everybody else except for yourself. You need to look in the mirror, Katie.
She just said this to me. I'm not going to show you to it, but she told you that she told me that I need to have my ass handed to me, and she hopes that I cry. And I fully believe if I hadn't changed course and I wouldn't have admitted I was wrong, Amber Conrad McVeigh, she just said this to me. I'm not going to show you to it, but she told me that I need to have my ass handed to me, and she hopes that I cry. That's like the kinds of people that support Molly.
But she's right though. You do. You need to have your ass handed to you. Like, I'm sorry, you do. I agree with her 100%. Like, and eventually towards the end, you are going to start crying because you're going to look like even more of a fool than you do now. I'm just saying, like, if you would stop, people would stop saying those types of things to you. And what about your supporters and the way that they bully people and the way that they defend you? Are you trying to say that your supporters don't do the same? Yeah, they do. But half of your supporters that don't defend you, Katie, they're not defending you because they know you look like a fool. So they're just sitting there just going along with what you're saying. But deep down, they're probably looking at you like, she has serious delusional. She has a serious delusion. Like, you can't make this shit up, man. You just can't.
They send you violent messages like that. I'm not even kidding. Like, don't ever send people violent messages. Don't ever send hate messages. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. It's literally the.
Here's some advice for you, Katie. Don't ever accuse people of things that you have no proof to back it up, because that is called slander. Don't lie on people, and then maybe you can stay out of lawsuits. Just saying.
Internet.
It's the internet.
You're right. It's the internet. Don't dox people. Don't pull up people's past criminal records. Quit trying to use people's past against them. Everybody makes mistakes. Quit lying. Quit making defamatory comments about people. And like I said, it'll keep you out of lawsuits. And if there is violent messages, prove it.
You think his mom started getting all the money? No, she's in it for money. I don't really know how this all. No matter what she says, it's the opposite. And that's like a lot of the people that got involved in this story got involved because they hate me. So they were going to take the opposing.
I call bullshit. I started covering this case because I followed and was a supporter of Dre. And I love the way that Dre does makeup. And when I seen this case, I started covering it, and that's it. It didn't have anything to do with you. As a matter of fact, I think I don't know. I think you made a video first, but I'm not sure. I would have to check. But regardless, it wasn't because I dislike you. But once I started seeing your coverage on this case from the very beginning, I'm like, wow. And it wasn't necessarily your opinion, because I agreed with you on your opinion in the beginning. However, it was because of the way that you were treating Molly and Justin. Once I seen the way that you were treating them and how you tried to take over and how everything was about you and all the sources had to be on your channel, that's when I started. And then when you watermarked the police report, that's when I started covering your coverage on this case. Never once did I think that you would be idiotic enough to be so naive that the public would not catch on to what you're doing by seriously changing your whole opinion about this case just because the family parted ways. I didn't think that you were going to do that at all. But when you did it, I'm like, okay, I'm going to continue covering her, because now it's just getting worse and worse, and you're attacking and harassing this family.
Opinion. M&Ms on my channel. So they were going to take the opposing opinion.
They might be, here you guys, I don't care if they're jealous of me. I don't care if they hate me. You know, one lady actually started a channel because
nobody's jealous of you, Katie. There is not anything about you that anybody would be jealous of. Actually, you're the one who's jealous, and you are insanely, obsessively jealous of Molly. Go to Molly's channel and see how many times she has uttered your name, and then go to Katie's channel and see how many times she has said Molly's name, and then you decide which one is jealous or not.
I didn't know that she had autism, and I was eating M&Ms on my channel. And I made a silly sound like, oh, it's okay, I can eat M&Ms. And she got really upset. And then she made a channel. And
I remember that. That's a fucking lie. That's not the way that it was. As a matter of fact, when you started eating those M&Ms and she actually was a supporter of you and told you, could you please stop eating your M&Ms? You actually started crunching on them louder. She told you why it bothered her the way that you were eating the M&Ms. She's a supporter. You could have been respectful. Somebody could tell me, Teaya, I don't like the way you chew on candy. And if they tell me, I'm going to try my best to mute, or whatever, especially if they say, I'm pretty sure she said she had autism and that sound was like hard for her to listen to. She had a reasoning for it, and she told KJ, and KJ started crunching louder purposely to hurt this woman, to purposely get to this woman. But you left out that part of the story because you're a fucking liar, KJ. Thank you so much, the best mama bear. It says, thank you so much for taking the time to break this all down for us. I truly appreciate your hard work, and I love your channel, and the chat is awesome. Thank you so much. You guys bring smiles to my face when you give me those type of compliments, because I really do appreciate it. Thank you, the best mama bear, and thank you for being here. I love you. But yes, she chewed louder on the M&Ms just to it was retweeted again on Twitter last night when she ate the M&Ms. I will show that. We're almost done with that, but that's what happened, you guys. She started chewing on it louder. She's such a fucking liar, and she tries to sit here and say, I own up to my shit. No, you don't. You own up to absolutely nothing. There's always an excuse for everything you do. Is either an excuse or a lie. At least own up and say, hey, yeah, I chewed on it louder just to piss her off. Like, that's not, you can't even do that. You have to sit here and lie. Everybody's seen the shit. Where's that at, Llama Girl? Is that on your Twitter? Because I'll go to it when I'm done here.
She once made a video that said, bitch, say my name, directed at me. So I can do things that are very like innocuous or innocent. And oh, Charlotte just commented as me. Hold on a second. Or Scarlett just commented as me. Let me see here. Yeah, we do not support or condone. Sorry, let me repeat that. We don't support or condone anyone going real life or attacking or anyone going after or attacking anyone being covered or anyone else covering this or any other stories. That is something we stick by. I actually never said special needs kids are so gross. That's really wild. I have a son with autism. Okay.
No, you didn't say special needs kids are so gross. If I'm not mistaken, you said a special needs prom is gross. Is that what it was, you guys? Correct me if I'm wrong. Does KJ always say, wait a minute, does KJ always say people are attacking her child? The hypocrisy is strong in her. It is. That beautiful fur baby can't even put up with her bullshit anymore. Exactly. She did not call herself innocent. Oh my God, I've heard it all now. She clearly doesn't mean hateful things on purpose and thrives on showing her dark side. She's not even trying to hide her spite. I agree. KJ said special needs. Exactly. Thank you. I got it right. Sometimes I don't get things right, but I got that right. I knew it. She said special needs proms are gross. Okay. So, of course, there's another lie she's caught in. Okay. And that video is out there somewhere. Somebody has that video up. If not, I'm sure Llama Girl does. She actually, you know what? Somebody sent it to me. Somebody sent me this video through email, you guys. If I find it, I will try to squeeze this in. It's getting late, but if I find it, I will show you. She literally said special needs kids prom is gross. She's such a fucking liar.
There is one big bully and she got exactly what she deserved. I don't know what happened last night. Oh. Okay. I don't know what happened to her last night. I didn't watch YouTube. So I really have zero clue. Some people have already switched cases already, and they might. I mean, like, listen, this isn't going to be my primary situation by any means, and I'm not here to like drag this out any longer than it needs to be.
Actually, that's exactly what you're doing, KJ. You're dragging this out for longer than it needs to be because you're going to keep dragging it out until Dre contacts you because that's what you want. And you're relentless in that way, just like you've been attacking the family relentlessly. I'm trying to find it, you guys, but if I find it, I'll show it to you. If not, I will another day. Trust me.
Just think that like there's certain people
that are going to continue doing this and they're going to continue to slam me and come for me. And
I just want to let you guys know as well that Justice for All is covering another case. He's talking about another case because there's nothing new to talk about when it comes to the Justice for Vaughn story. I'm sure they'll keep us updated when there are things to keep us updated about. I'm pretty sure Molly's covering this case with Justin, and Molly is going to cover another case. Like, people are not talking about this the way that she is. Okay.
So used to it
Like when Cece Suarez said that she was going to make a video about me, like literally it's been done a million times. The videos are always so stupid. They don't ever harm they literally don't do anything to me because my audience doesn't care what you think about me. My audience watches me because they like me, right? They're not going to go watch your video and say, I hate Katie. In fact, those videos actually help me because a lot of.
First of all, you got that from Molly for one. That shows how much you watch Molly saying those videos actually help you. Actually, no. And this is just my opinion. These videos do not help Katie. There are a lot of people who support Katie, especially when it came to this story, that no longer support her because they've watched her hypocrisy and how she has relentlessly attacked this family. Okay. A lot of people are no longer supporters of hers because of that. Now, are all her supporters going to leave? No. But she is actually one of the only creators that I've seen here on YouTube, besides a couple more, that videos being made about her, calling her out and making people aware of her dangerous behavior is not helping her. It's not. Because if it was helping her for as long as she's been on here, she would be past Emily Baker. She would be past so many other creators who have passed her up already. These videos do not help her. And the reason why is because she is her own worst enemy. She tells on herself. People have watched her do such horrible, egregious behavior, the things that she's done, and they don't want anything to do with her. They stay away from her. And she has lost, I'm telling you guys, she has lost supporters when it comes to this case. I've had people message me saying I was a supporter of hers, but she has really shown her ass when it comes to this case. And it's true, very true. She is the only creator where all of these videos about her doesn't help her. Okay, they don't benefit her. Now, there's a lot of creators who benefit off of channels who dislike them, but she does not, in my opinion. No, Katie, those type of videos only help you when they come to your channel and see that the video was all BS. That does not happen with you. They watch you and you prove those videos right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, they'll go over there and they'll see, wow, this girl is exactly the way that people said that she was. They'll watch her actions and they literally will back away. Like I'm saying, that there's a reason why Emily Baker has passed her up. There's a reason why 10 to Life has passed her up. So, and I feel like a lot of the creators that she continues to bash, like Cece, like a lot of other creators, will pass her up as well, because she's just not as relevant as she thinks she is. There is no anti-community about her. There are people who just don't like her. That's it. I don't like to say hate because hate is a very strong word, but there's a lot of people who extremely dislike her because of her dangerous behavior on the internet.
A lot of people watch the videos and they're like, oh, Katie looks like such a
bitch. And then they come over here and they're like, oh, wait, she's not doing that. I'm under the disguise of nonsense. Definitely not nonsense. I don't have time for that. And so then these other pages are, oh, that was 2 nights ago. And everybody has like creators that they identify with and that they want to be like, they relate to. And so here's the deal. Like, if someone out there relates to Molly and wants to watch Molly, go for it. If someone relates to Cece and wants to watch Cece, go for it. I'm not in the business to tell people like, you should hate this person because I do. That's just not how my channel is. Even.
Well, if that's the case, then why do you keep talking about Molly? You keep talking about her because you don't want your supporters to go over there and probably like her and stay and never come back to you. That's why you keep discrediting Molly and talking about her, and you're so jealous of her, because I'm sure a lot of your subscribers have done that already. Like, you're the one that keeps talking about Molly. You're the one who said to Cece, you're going to try to take my subscribers. You're the one who said all this stuff, but you don't own your subscribers, Katie. Okay. They'll go where they want, regardless of how much you bash Molly or Cece. It doesn't matter. You may have some dedicated subscribers, but the majority of them, trust me, they're not going to be with you for long. That's just my opinion.
I do positive and negative stories on everyone that I cover. I do like updates, just benign updates on the Duggars and benign updates on sister wives. I'm not here to like tell you go hate every sister wife or go hate every Duggar or go hate every Little People Big World roll-off family member or go hate every member of the Goslins. It's just, that's not how my channel is, and I'll never be like that. Yes, I'm everyone. They did play Nonsense's real voice, and it's definitely not me.
I don't think that Nonsense channel is Katie, but I do think that it's somebody who's affiliated with Katie.
So I hope this answers some of your questions. But Molly created a shitstorm on Saturday night, and she brought up a woman that was having some mental health issues. And she created this whole scene and was like calling the police on her and really minimizing and degrading what was happening. And I don't care what you have to say about Michelle, but the Vaughn story is regarding suicide. And then she's
Here's the thing. Why does she still keep talking about Molly? Here we go again. But yet you're not trying to dictate where your audience
online
goes.
acting like that.
She's, you know, yelling at me, calling me all kinds of names.
Molly has not actually yelled at Katie. She may have done it maybe once or twice, but Molly hasn't done half of the shit that Katie has done. She's not attacking anybody, especially the family who needs to be left alone. Molly is not doing those things. It's funny how no matter what it is that she's talking about, she always goes back to Molly. Molly, Molly, Molly. Like, you are so jealous that you can see it all over your face because the family chose to continue to align with her, and she built a relationship with them, something that you are completely incapable of doing, KJ. But what I will say is that woman that was on Molly's channel, I can tell you right now, a majority of the things that were started is because of that woman. Okay? It's really not Molly's fault at all.
The C word, a B word, evil. Even if I didn't like Molly, and I really don't care about Molly, I wouldn't.
If you don't care about her, then why do you keep talking about her? Why do you keep bringing up her name if you don't care about her? You very much care. You very, very much care about her. Otherwise, you wouldn't. It's like you like the taste of her name in your mouth. Like you can't even help it. It's like word vomit. It just comes out. You can't help it.
Call her any of those names because to me it's just
like meaningless. I feel like if you have to resort to name calling in that case, like I'll sometimes be snarky, but I'm not saying I've never called someone a name because I know my haters will be like, she's a hypocrite. Because I definitely have called people names because everyone does. But I prefer not to. I prefer not to resort to name calling because generally if you are attacking a person, you're not attacking the argument. And I would rather attack the argument.
You can sit here and make yourself look intelligent all you want to, Katie, but you have attacked so many people. And just because you don't call them names doesn't mean you're not attacking them. You have been attacking this family. You're currently in 2 lawsuits because of the horrible things that you have said about the people that sued you. Like, you don't have to directly call somebody a bitch to justify or to mean to equal to you attacking. Let's put it that way. Just because you may not call somebody a bitch doesn't mean that you are not attacking them. Okay. So just be aware of that. And I'll show you guys because we're getting towards the end here, and I'm going to show you guys this one video where she's chomping on M&Ms, and this also debunks another thing that Katie continues to lie about. Okay, she's a liar. Okay.
No, she didn't have to have her on the channel. Stupid to have that on her channel, and she didn't have to. I don't want to talk about like Michelle or anything like that. What happened that night wasn't right, and I'm not here to say one way or other about Michelle, but Molly made the decision to have that on her channel, and she didn't have to. No, she didn't have to have her on the channel.
Well, she didn't have to have her on the channel, and I can say a lot of things that you shouldn't have to do either, but you do it anyway. Okay.
So why would she, if she made a threat to her the night before, why would she put her back on the channel? It's stupid. It's only for views, it's for diversion, it's to avoid the questions. And she's a life coach, and Molly was her life coach. So Molly is the life coach of this woman, and this is how she's treating her client.
Okay, here's something that I do know about this. So here's another example how KJ is a horrible, horrible reporter. It shows you how she talks about shit that she has no idea what she's talking about. Molly was never this woman's life coach, okay? Never had one session with this woman. This woman, who is Michelle, signed up for Molly's Patreon, and I think that that's something that's included, or you have to pay for that, but they never had a session yet, because then Michelle, it wasn't happening fast enough for Michelle, because Michelle didn't understand that Molly also has other clients that she life coaches. And I think Michelle was expecting for it to happen as soon as she signed up, and I don't think that it works like that, but I don't know the whole situation. But what I do know is she was never technically Michelle's life coach. They never had any session. They never talked on the phone, not even once. So that, yet again, Katie is running her mouth, and she has no fucking clue what she's talking about. They never, all you got to do is go back and watch the videos. And I actually happen to know, because Michelle used to be in my chat, and I used to speak with her on Messenger. And it's one of the things that bothered her was that Molly had not called her yet. Okay. And Molly has other clients, and I kept trying to explain that to Michelle, that Molly has other clients besides Michelle, and that she would just have to wait until Molly called her to give her a session. However, if Molly has never spoken to Michelle, how is she her life coach? It doesn't work like that. Once again, this is Katie lying, talking about shit that she has no idea what she's talking about, and flipping the narrative to make Molly look like this horrible person. Yes, like I said, I don't agree with everything that Molly does, but I do know about this because I have talked to Michelle, and it's the main thing that she was complaining about with Molly. Molly's not her life coach. And Molly, yes, she does have 2 channels, and it is on both. I think it's on her second channel where she explains how she was never Michelle's life coach because Michelle wasn't patient enough, and Molly never got a chance to speak with her. But Katie is the last one to criticize and talk about other people and what they have on their channel, because obviously we know what Katie is doing right now for money. She's creating all of this into content, harassing this family, okay, for content. And what does content equal for her? Money. Period.
That's horrible, in my opinion.
Okay. Yes. But creators should not be calling the police while we're live. We should not be trying to incite harassment while we're live. We shouldn't be like calling names of people when we're live. We should try to be nice.
So when you accuse this family of fraud and accusing creators of theft by deception and all of these types of things, Katie, do you not look at that as inciting hate? Do you not look at that? Oh, thank you, Molly. Hey, how are you? It's late. I know I'm up late. Thank you so much, Molly. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chat. I love you. I think that's amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sweetie. Yes. Go to bed. I'm almost done with this. I promise you guys. I didn't know that this was going to be that long, but it's almost done. It got like 2 minutes left. So thank you so much, Molly. I've never been in. Did you mean hater? I know you're not a hater. And at the end of the day, you were never Michelle's life coach. And I know that for a fact. Okay. So Katie should shut her fucking mouth because she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Do we all have moments where we do this? 100%. Have I done that in the past? 100%. But should we? No, we shouldn't. Long story short, this is what I've put out. I have, yes, diversion, 100%. I've put out what I put out. Make sure you check the posts on my page. You can see the video with Charlotte.
If you've put all this stuff out, Katie, why are you regurgitating it on a live? I wonder why. Money? So you're getting revenue off of this as well, huh? But yet you can sit there and talk about other creators and the money that they're making. But you don't want nobody to talk about you making money, huh? You're not making any money off of talking about this story. You are creating this into content and collecting a lot of revenue off this story, especially on Facebook, because we all know that you get more money through ads on Facebook than YouTube. And that's why you've been dedicated to relentlessly attacking this family and turning it into content for your own personal and financial gain. Okay, that sums up this story. The only diversion here is you. You're the one that continues to try to divert this story over to Molly and Justin and this mod and that mod, when really you're the only one who's still talking about this story. But you're just trying to turn it into something else because you want for Dre to reach out to you. And all I can say is dream on, honey. Dre is smarter than that. She is. She's smarter than I'm going to tell you, Dre is smart enough to know that you are evil, okay? She's smart enough to know that you are bad news, and she's smart enough not to get involved with somebody who literally was the main person screaming that her kids should be taken away, the main person screaming that she should be taken off her platforms, the main person screaming that she was a schmurderer, okay?
Like you can actually see the screenshot of CC saying that Molly's a clown or they need to correct themselves. They should, but I'm of the opinion that if you're going to report something, you should at least try to show all sides, be as neutral as you can, even if it's
a heated topic like the stuff that happened with Josh Duggar. It was hard for me to be neutral in that case, very much. And I'm still, now that he's convicted, I don't have to be neutral.
You're not neutral with anything. The only side that you're on, Katie, is your own side for your own benefits. You don't give a shit about anybody else. You are not a neutral person. You're never on neutral grounds. You never look at things objectively. You never look at things critically. You look at things as, how is this going to earn me more money? That's how you look at things. That sums it up, okay?
Sure. Yeah, and you probably shouldn't be calling the police when the person is on your live and in a different state. Of Sister Wives, and I've got a couple Duggar videos I gotta film. The largest audience of if you're here for my reality television culty stuff, that's coming later today, and that's always on my YouTube channel. This has been a Facebook story because for the most part, the story has taken place on Facebook, and the largest.
Sorry if it was echoing, you guys. This is a Facebook story because this is where Katie is earning her revenue from this story. Okay, let's be clear here. You chose to put this on Facebook so you can entice Dre's audience because you looked at this as more followers, more subscribers, and all you're doing is the exact opposite. You're making people turn away from you. As quick as they watch you, they're turning around and saying, I don't want nothing to do with this chick.
Audience for Dre is on Facebook. I've tried to keep it on Facebook for that reason. You will not find a lot of videos on this YouTube on my.
Now you're not going to find it on her YouTube page because she wants to keep it on Facebook because she's making more money. She got monetized that way.
Channel on my others just exist with drama, right? I mean, am I right? Am I right? Is the Duggars, is it always drama with them?
Oh boy. You just leave that open every single time. So your drama, the Duggars are drama for you, and you report on them. Your drama, okay? You are a walking, talking disaster nightmare, and your drama, and that's why people report on you. Okay?
Like when I was doing my makeup today, do you know what I was listening to? Do you know how much I take things for the team for you guys? Can I just say this to you guys? How come I only have 182 likes? You guys need to give me way more likes. There are 514 of you, and I don't have that many likes on this video. You need to actually like the video. There's 679 comments, but I need more likes. There's only 100.
You want to know why you don't have that many likes, Katie? And I've noticed you don't have a lot of likes on anything that you post on Facebook, especially for as a more large audience that you have on Facebook, because a majority of the people that are watching you are hate watching you, and the other half probably are just watching you, but they don't like what you say. So they're not going to like your live stream because they don't like what you say. That's why a majority of the people are only watching you to hear what narrative you're pushing for that day. So therefore, most of the people who are watching you are hate watching, and the rest, that's it. Like, you should probably think about that. I agree, Molly. You just don't understand. People may be watching you, but the majority of those people are only watching you to hear what narrative you're pushing. What are you going to say next? What lie are you going to tell today? But it doesn't mean they like what you're saying. They're just watching. That's it.
83 likes here. You could even give me like whatever. Give the video a thumbs up. Also, 409. Yes. You love when I talk about the Duggars. Well, I'll be talking about them today. There's always drama with the Duggars. Literally. And the difference here is that
there's 200 million Duggars, right? Like, there's so many Duggars. There are children, and then there's for like, I could cover a different Duggar every day and span multiple months. It's including Tyler. That's the Duggars. Last week, I made tons of videos on the Duggars. Just go to my channel on YouTube. You can get all the Duggar content. It's there. I'm about to go make a video on it right now. I got a couple of videos coming out. I'm going to do a Sister Wives one. I'm probably going to do.
I just got to ask before I end this. Do you spend time with your family? Because here you are sitting for almost an hour and a half on this live stream. Then you're going to go make a video about the Duggars. Then probably another video. Do you ever spend time with your family and just get away from the internet so you can just take a break from spewing hate and negativity, or no? Just wondering.
Do 2 Duggar videos today. So
I'm going to go because I got to film, and then I got to edit, and I'll be working late today. The grandchildren's, the children of Josh were the number one. Let's see. Then for the remaining girls are Johanna, Jordan,
Sorry, you guys. Hold on.
So the person that had ASD, I had no idea had autism, and I wasn't trying to mock their sensory issues about M&Ms. But I'm not a mind reader either, so I can't know that somebody has an issue at all. How would I? Yeah.
This is a video of Katie chewing on M&Ms with somebody who has the person that she just lied about. And I'll show you guys real quick.
Whatever. Because I'm having a single M&M. Yeah. Whatever. Because I'm having a single M&M that bothers you. See ya, Carolyn. God forbid. So the person that had ASD, I had no idea had autism, and I wasn't trying to mock their sensory issues about M&Ms. But I'm not a mind reader either, so I can't know that somebody has an issue at all. How would I not know that someone has sensory issues? Well, if they don't tell me they have sensory issues and they're upset about a noise, how am I supposed to know? People can be upset about noises for a lot of reasons. But I don't know how, Christy, I don't remember who she was. I don't know who she was, honestly. And just because someone, like a lot of people have sensory issues, but a lot of channels eat on their channels. So that's the question. So I can't eat an M&M because it's going to upset a few people. I think some of you just, no matter what I say or do, are just going to be upset. And if you're not here to have a constructive dialogue and you literally just want to yell and scream at me, like that's not going to go anywhere. I've never claimed to be mindful that I can't eat though. Not eating doesn't affect all people. So that would be really silly to put that onus on me, in my opinion, to say that I have to be responsible for not gulping or not smacking my lips or not doing, I'll never make everyone happy. I can't have someone that, this makes me feel so, I don't even know, but I definitely shouldn't have been rude to that subscriber. I agree. I should not have been rude to that subscriber. It was hard to tell that night whether or not that subscriber was being truthful or whether or not that person was trolling. And I think that can be hard. Christy, I'm not, okay, she says I need to own it without defense. I'm not being defensive. I hope you realize that. I'm honestly trying to say that, like, first of all, I don't know if someone has autism or not when they're watching me. I don't know what might be a reason why they don't want me to eat M&Ms. Have I made mistakes and been snarky? Yes. M&M gate, I know, right? I'll be back. Bye, guys. Thanks so much. Her hair always looks nappy. It looks like she has terrible extensions. It's like she's never learned how to properly brush her hair.
Shout out to Llama Girl. So you guys seen, sorry, I was getting these clips and it takes a minute, excuse me, for me on Twitter, but you heard the way she was chewing those M&Ms, right? If somebody tells you that there's a reason, and I'm pretty sure she did tell the reason, but Katie lies, in my opinion. But here is another video. And remember how Katie said she doesn't talk about looks? Well, let's watch this and see.
The smoky look she does with her eyes is, she looks like, I don't know, like this picture. Like that, what is that? What is with her eyes? It just, to me, it's like she's just not well.
her hair always looks nappy. It looks like she has terrible extensions. It's like she's never learned how to properly brush her hair. The smoky look she does with her eyes she looks like, I don't know, like this picture.
But Katie doesn't talk about looks though, right? We're all just lying on her and just making all of these things up. This was a very long live, but I had to cover that video because I felt like I had a lot to say. Yes, make sure you guys shout out to Llama Girl. Thank you so much for sending me those clips because it proves once again what a liar Katie is. And yes, saying nappy is definitely it's a racial microaggression in my opinion for 100%. But I will honestly say that Katie is a liar. I will continue to debunk her bullshit because she lies about everything. Everything that comes out of her mouth is a lie, in my opinion. You guys are amazing for hanging in there with me for so long while I commentated on her videos. But I just wanted to show you guys the hypocrisy that is Katie, the way that she is, the way that she acts, the things that she says. And at the end of the day, I think that what needs to be talked about is how much she is harassing this family, in my opinion, how much she continues to attack them when all they're asking is to just leave them alone. The refunds have been refunded. And if you can prove that people haven't had their refunds, how come you haven't proven it? Leave them alone. But she's not going to. She's going to continue to perpetuate narratives because this is content for her and she's earning money because of it. So all we can do as creators that do talk about Katie or do report on Katie is call her out on her hypocrisy. And you just literally seen how she even with Britney Spears was going through a traumatic time and you're making fun of her looks, but yet you don't make fun of looks, right? Or how you're talking about the M&Ms. Oh, I was chewing M&Ms and she got mad over it. You literally purposely chewed on the M&Ms to trigger her. To me, that's wrong. You have no sensitivity, no empathy, no morals, and that's just my opinion of KJ. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me and watching these videos to debunk all of her fucking lies. And just remember, stay true to yourself. I love y'all. Thank you to my amazing mods. Thank you for hanging in there with me, you guys. To my mods, Sparkle, Goose, Llama Girl, and I don't think the others were in here, but thank you so much for being so supportive, all of you. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have an amazing rest of your day or night, wherever you're at. And keep it classy. Deuces. Don't mind my nails. Deuces. Love y'all. Bye. All right. I'll play the outro and love you guys so much. Thank you for the super chats and welcome to all the new members. I love you too, Pamela. Bye, you guys.
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so free.